Oh, yeah. Like those sultry
Discovery, no drive
Starbase
up.
Live noises of trucks going by. Oh, yeah. Neon Heat Disease, what's going on, man? Thanks for that tier 1 sub. Hey, YouTube, what's up? Methane Subcooler, how you doing? Dan, can't see me? What's going on, everybody? Ewok, you only got a small bag of beaver nuggets in your carry-on and a Valentine's Bucky stuffy. Geek has a brisket sandwich in his backpack. Nice. We need a Northeast Bucky's. Must bring franchise north. Love Bucky's. I love it. Love it. It's awesome. So, yeah. It still continues to be cold. Even in here. Even in my office. It is with the heaters on. It is not. It's pretty cold. It's pretty cold. Yeah. That's good. Can I see my breath? No, we're all right. We're all right. That's this warm for America. It's a bit cold. Start the reactor. Yeah, we'll turn the computers on. We'll play some workers. We'll turn and get the computers turning out some heat. Get it nice and warm in here. Oh, you know, another day in the office. Yep, yep, yep. Paul, what's going on, mate? How are you, man? Give me 1 second. Shooting up a message. Sorry, I know that, like, all of a sudden, like, for the past couple of weeks, I'm like, nope, sorry, sending a message. I'm trying at least to be a little bit better at responding to people, at least with some punctuality. Hey, sorry, what's going on? Well, Lord, how you doing? Like he tried to bring soda through the TSA, he got an extra search. Anyway, Neon, thank you for that tier 1 sub. That really helps me. The tier 1 subs, I get a bigger cut of the money than Prime. So, yeah, that helps a lot, dude. Thank you very much. It's minus 34 in Rochester this morning. Yeah, it's 23 Fahrenheit here, which is I had to Google it. -5. So we are officially at Russia levels of cold. We're not at Canada levels of cold just yet. I looked at his.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I checked. It's the same temperature in Moscow and St. Petersburg as it is here. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice. It is not as cold as Calgary. Calgary is like -27°C. So, we're not at Canada cold yet, but we are at Russia cold. That's good. Here. Let's see. What about the Gale crater on Mars? Nope. Nope. We are not as cold as the Gale crater on Mars. The Gale crater, the high is -15. The low is -107 F. So Edmonton is actually about as warm as the surface of Mars right now. So that's good. You know, that's good. I only did it for the yak thing because it's me. Also, hi. Hello. Hello, the yak. So what you're saying is send Canadians to colonize Mars. Yeah, you know that. I mean, Jeremy Hansen is on Artemis too, so you know, yeah, buddy, you know, we are kind of doing that. You know, we're kind of doing that. Oh God, it's you again. It's not me. It's you again. You, oh, there's new footage of that plane. Uh, yeah, Endeavor 4819. If you guys want, yeah, here. Oops. So, little word to the pilot. He must be ex-Navy because that's a carrier landing. The problem here is that you are in fact not flying a carrier-rated aircraft. This is why Navy planes are slightly different architecture than like regular Air Force planes, because they need to be able to survive that right there. CRJ 900 is definitely not designed to do that. Yeah. Once again, it is a straight up miracle that it's a straight up miracle that no one died. Also, oh yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't look like his flaps are down, but they are. Yeah, see that right there. Like, guys, I don't know much about planes, but what I do know is you use the rudder for crosswind, not ailerons. It looks like the guy rolls into the crosswind, and yeah, that's not how now that's not how you do that. Notice how one gear really touches the ground before the other one. Yeah, that's not what you should be doing. That no. No, this is wrong on so many levels. The more I watch it, you can use both, but typically airliners crab then correct with the rudder at the last second. Dude. Yeah, that correct at the last second thing. Ooh. That's yeah, no, yeah, you got to correct at the last second. That doesn't seem to have happened here. Guys, honestly, like, I'm not a pilot by any means, but right around here is where I would have been like, nope, go around. Don't try to force. Like, if you ever flying, one of the things, if you ever become a pilot, if anybody here becomes a pilot, one of the things they teach you, don't force the landing. Don't force the landing. You can go around. Just try again. If you and the key to a good landing is a good approach. You see that right there? That's not a good approach. Your nose is too far down, right? I don't know if it's because he's trying to deal with a crosswind. That's where I get a little fuzzy. That plane is not. That is not. You gotta bring the nose up. You're not. That's not. I mean, once again, I'm not a CRJ 900 pilot. I don't know much about them, but that's not good. It's not ideal when your front landing gear and your back landing gear touch the runway at the same time. Was holding nose level attitude the whole way down. It's like he thought he was doing things correctly and he didn't even flare. It was too late for a toga at the start of the vid. Yeah, dude, look at that plane drop. Look at that. Look at it fall. This very much speaks to what we talked about yesterday during Space News. Plane's out of limits. The plane's out of limits. This is that plane is not designed to land with a 25 knot crosswind. It's not designed to do that. And this isn't one of those cases like, I don't care what it was designed to do. I want to know what it can do. This is not one of those times. It's not like Apollo where you don't have a choice, right? You just punch the throttle, pull out, try again, or divert. I don't know why that pilot chose to force that plane down onto the ground. Once again, got to wait for the NTSB report, right? You got to wait for the NTSB report to see what really happened here. But that's not how you land that. Paul, you got a buddy who's an NTSB investigator. He's working on the DC crash right now, but he's analyzing this one as well. I bet he was trying to intercept the glide slope from above the whole way down. Yeah. Yeah, that's... It's not the plane, it's the pilot. Dude, once again, it speaks to what I was saying at the beginning. A CRJ-900 is not an FA-18 or a Super Hornet or anything like that. It's not that. Trying to make it do F-18 things is not going to end well, as you saw from the video. So it's shattered a wing. It shattered a wing, Roman numerals, man. And it kind of went over like this, and then flipped around, and then flipped over again. Yeah. Yeah, just Maverick it. So, once again, guys, you remember what I was saying about all that diesel fuel being sprayed onto the side of the plane, and it looked like flow viz. That happened while the plane was still moving. That's what I was talking about. That means that your fuel tanks cracked before the plane came to a stop, which is... yeah, that means that happened. Yeah, it means your landing gear didn't. Missing one wing will make you flip over. Yep. All right. Anyway, we will start up the Yakograd Republic. Last, are those aluminum wings or fiberglass? Fiberglass? No. On a CRJ-900, aluminum. Have you reinstalled Flight Sim? No. No plane accidents. Yeah, that's really not how you do that, guys. Like, I don't want to chalk this one up to pilot error, dude, because I don't know any better, but it certainly looks like it. But once again, you got to wait for the investigation and let the NTSB do their thing. They're good at that. I mean, once again, it's just amazing nobody died. That's... It's always pilot error. Yeah, it's possible that it wasn't, but anyway. Yeah, there you go, midget. Nobody got hurt. Alright. So we're back to Yakograd. Yagsamaj. Chinkle. So, we did get a lot of work done yesterday with the train depot right here, with the construction depot and the regular depots. Fire station, bus station. Now over here... time to make our airport. We could put an airport over here, I suppose. How's the approach look? Approach looks good. There's a hill right there, though. Maybe find a flatter area. Oh, yeah, see? This is prime for an airport right here. But I want to put docks and stuff right here as well. No one got killed, that is. Yeah, exactly. Few in critical condition, but yeah, that's awesome. Like, it's a miracle that happened. Give me 1 second. Man, I'm getting pinged left and right today. Okay, cool. We can move that hill. Yeah, of course we can. Of course we can move hill. Hey, Das, what's up, man? 104 monthly sub. What's going on, buddy? You must have seen the good footage. Yeah, King. That's, it's not a Harrier, okay? You try to operate a CRJ-900 like a Harrier, it's not going to work very well. That's the moral of this story. Would the ice have helped in that crash as less friction, so less damage to the plane? Ice? Yeah, maybe, Dons. I mean, if it slid off the runway, sure. But I think it's more the fire department doing their thing. The Toronto Pearson Fire Department getting like right on that, dude. They were there pretty much as they got the doors open on the plane, which is crazy. It was fresh powder, not ice. Yeah. Are you building the city first with the research included, or a smaller town near the border with research? I think we're going to do a research city over here. Sea Kraken. Yeah. I think research would be good over here. This would be good for a research town. We could also put a dock there. And the interesting thing is we could put a dock here and we could bring in supplies from over here, ship them by boat around the coast. It could work. And then over here we have Telos. I don't know. I think farms would be good out here on this island or something. Got plenty of space. And it's more or less flat. Is there any resources in this area when you eventually run out of prop? Yeah. Check for resources on that farmland. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We'll check for resources in a second. Happy Socks. Hey, so when you use a direct railway connection to a storage with a crane, the loading is about 4 times faster than with a train cargo station, just so you know. So, Happy Socks, I did a test in our test save. I did a test in our test save, and I had a straight... no open storage. Oh gosh, I should replace this. Construction of. I don't know. A cargo terminal with this attached to it unloads faster than just a train going straight into one of these. I messed with it in the test save, and I had 2 trains, and they both had a straight track to the border, and then one had a cargo terminal and an open storage, and the other one was just an open storage. And I had them both get into the stations at the exact same time, and the offloading on the cargo terminal with the open storage attached to it was actually faster. Like, I don't know if I did something wrong in my test, but that was contradictory to what a lot of people are saying. You tested unloading. I'm saying loading onto the train. Oh, okay. That's good, Brandon. Interesting. Beef hat, nice. Interesting. I don't think it matters in construction, but it might in industry areas. So loading, Happy Socks. Okay, that's interesting. So you load right with the crane, but you can unload with the cargo. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. You're right. I'm not sure it matters in this particular scenario here, because this area is primarily going to be offloading resources. I mean, yeah, we could load up, and that's part of the reason why I have the bandwidth here. So my thought, right, after what we saw from that test, I mean, I did unloading tests, not loading, but based off of what you said, I think by the time we get to the point where stuff is going to be dropping off, where trains are going to be dropping off, where trains could possibly be loading stuff up from here. Like, you can do it, right? But we have the bandwidth to be able to deal with it. You know what I mean? By the time we get to the point where trains would have to load up cargo here for export or whatever, like, the flow of goods is designed... I designed this for the flow of goods to go this way, from the tracks off. But the time we get to the point, you know, where we might have to load stuff and move it somewhere else, I don't think time is going to necessarily be pressing, right? But it is good to know, right? Like, the thing is, okay, one train gets stuck on here, another train can just pick another track. So, because of the bandwidth of the cargo terminal having 6 tracks, I think we're okay. But this terminal isn't really going to be used for loading much anyway. I would say maybe only waste loading, but might need some speed. But elsewhere is fine. Waste loading. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. This thing's really going to be... And if we plan on building a gigantic city right there, right? That's a good point. That's a very good point, dude. Yeah, no, good call. So I'll leave another belt open here. That's good. That gives us an extra open belt. Waste loading does take a long time. You're absolutely right. So it's probably better that we rethink it a little bit. I'm thinking. Now, I did draw up some blueprints for how I want my construction terminals to go. Once again, everything is surrounded by a repair depot, so all the vehicles can stay maintained. We got technical services, 2 road depots. Where I got hung up a little bit last night with designing the construction area was what I should put here. Distro would be fine, but I think adding a distribution center over here that has better access to this, because distro is going to be pulling from these places, right? Most likely. They're most likely going to be pulling from here. So what are we using distro for? Or distribution. A distribution office will pull resources from where you tell it and put it somewhere else. So what are we going to use these for? Food, clothes, electronics, right? So food, clothes, electronics, and alcohol. So it'd probably be better to have the distro over here and not necessarily in my construction area. You guys got to remember, this whole area that's dark, I've kind of allocated for all the technical services for the city on the other side of the road. Loading and uploading time is based on train length and station length. Every car longer than the station is unloaded, loaded one after another rather than all at once. Okay. Put waste at the aggregate rail yard. Over here. It's not a bad idea. Thoughts of using trains for waste removal? Thoughts of using boats for train removal? For waste removal instead of trains? The only thing, Seakraken, that I'm kind of hung up on is that boats have an extremely high barrier of entry financially, which is why I usually never go about using them. Do we have a harbor for waste loading? Construction waste, aluminum scrap, metal scrap. It counts as aggregate, I think. Electron Launch and Starlink at the exact same time. Yeah, when is that happening today? Is that today? Yes, it is. Oh, right during Space News. Perfect. Yeah, they're scheduled for the same time. We might have to double box. I'm equipped to do that. Would storages benefit from a road cargo station? How many slots for vehicles are there? A road cargo station? I've never felt the need to use one of these things. Like, I don't... I mean, it might be useful for the warehouses, dudes. Sorting and burning waste will deduce a great amount. Yeah. I've never really saw the need to, but I suppose if you had a loading dock for these things, you could increase throughput. But with a big enough distro, you can deal with the bottlenecks here. Like, I've never had a need to increase throughput for distribution services. I mean, well, not that I know of. It would absolutely be worth it for the warehouses since they only have 1 or 2 attachments. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That gives you 4 slots instead of just the 2. Alright, hang on. We'll move the fire station somewhere else. I mean, well... I mean, that would seem like it's the right call. Hold up. If we could put 2 of them in front of each other. I'm not sure how that's gonna work, though. I missed the start of a new city. Pontiff, don't worry. We're just designing. I haven't really built anything yet, but that was the whole idea. One thing I learned, Pontiff, the gist of this, of the Yakograd Republic, the gist of this is that I'm going to design everything first and then build what we need, and it eventually, like, I'm going to design for what I want this place to look like in 1970, but the idea is that we gain, like, minimal functionality just by building small amounts of it, right? So we don't break the bank, right? So I'm building what I want, but we're only going to make what we need in small bits. That's the whole idea. That seemed to have worked really, really well with Bakalaka, right? Especially at the end when I tried to build the vehicle factory, right? I planned everything out. I planned it all out. I built what I thought I needed. It turns out what I thought I needed was incorrect. Fun fact. I built what I thought I needed, and we went from there. I mean, what I thought I needed was wrong, but the car factory, I actually made a relatively good prediction about how quickly that was going to get done. I budgeted 5 years for the project, and we got it done in 3.5 in-game, right? And we were producing cars by the time 5 years had passed, and we were producing a lot, to the point where it was pretty much profitable, right? I basically pushed all the resources that I imported by making the cars, right? So that's good, right? That's really good. But the point is that it's better if you plan everything. Like, you got to come up with blueprints for your planned city. If you don't, and you just kind of build by the seat of your pants, you're going to forget something. So that's why, Pontiff, the gist of this is that I'm building out what I want this city to look like in 5 years. Big highways. No connections near the border to eliminate border bottlenecks. You know, train depots that are equipped to build entire railways, you know? No level crossings with your railroads. No level crossings with the railroads. Because that creates bottlenecks, right? No level crossing over throughputs for highways. Figuring out ways to build on-ramps, right? Planning where the fire stations are going to go so my buildings don't burn down. Master planned community. That's right. You gotta. So, Dasi, if you ever play Workers, dude, you gotta play this like it's Hershey, Pennsylvania, right? Or Dearborn, Michigan, or Schenectady with Alco. It's got to be like a company town. You got to do that. That's basically what communism. It's basically what Soviet republics are, right? It's a company town. You got to play it like that. Because the interesting thing, dude, like Das, I don't know if you've ever seen Workers. The market is dynamic in this game. It changes. There's demand. There's demand that's RNG. But there's also demand induced from you. You can deflate the prices of things if you export in bulk too much. So you got to be careful. Like I said, you got to run this like a company town. And Hershey, Pennsylvania, they planned the whole dang thing, right? And then they built it. No level crossings is so un-Soviet-like. Yeah. And you really have to sit here and think about the design process, which is why I like this game so much, dude. It's the same itch that, figuring out what you need to get a rocket to Duna, like, perfectly, like, it's the same exact itch, dude. We even have an engineering mode save where we just test things, which is bananas to me. But anyway. Yep. Anyway, so loading docks. The loading docks have higher throughput. Guys, you sold me on that idea. I like it. Within 1 meters a second delta V. Yep. Remember, it's not about having extra delta V, right? It's about making sure you use the right amount of delta V. Because having too much is having too much is bad mission planning. You don't want to have a surplus, right? You want to have the right amount. That's what spaceflight's all about. Gotta have the right amount. This one has 6. I don't like how the 6-vehicle cargo station has 1 entrance on the side there. So, the things we were working on, I have 3 things that I need to do. We need to figure out the road cargo station, we need to prospect for resources in the areas where I need to build other cities, and we need to figure out waste management. Those are my 3 big things, and then we'll get back to what we're doing. I know Space News is later, but Blue Ghost keeps getting some insane shots of lunar orbit. It really is awesome, Dino. I saw him, dude. I saw it. I'm like, this is gonna rule for Space News, man. Also, yeah, heating, power, plumbing. Yeah, we gotta figure out, there's still a lot to be designed. I want basically everything designed before I go and start building the city out. Just like I did with Nova Gulin in the other save. Like, Nova Gulin, we had all the construction services ready, and I built out all the utilities and then built the city around the utilities, right? That's what we got to do. I also noticed many of your electrical stations were getting overloaded, so you should really sum up requirements before it causes a massive fire. Correct. Yes, yeah, that's another thing we didn't really plan for, right? Like, T-Last, what's up, Andrew? Need aggregate rail yard near your cargo yard. Coal, gravel, bricks, cement waste. That's what I'm planning to put over here because the coal mine and the gravel will be over here as well. We'll belt over the tracks, and then further down the tracks we can have an aggregate processing area here, so all my construction crews can grab resources from here, aggregate resources from here, and solid open yard resources from here if they need. Hey, Vasya, what's up? What you could do is have a garbage truck dump waste in a transfer storage outside of the city, then you can use a train. Yeah. Do you have to do heating on the desert map? Horn is... there are some scenarios in the middle of winter on the desert map where the temperature falls to, I think, like 10°C. Like, the lowest temperature I saw in the desert map was like 52 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's not... I mean, that is enough for the people in your city to be like, meh, I have no heat. But it's only for a second. On this map, the temperature is going to get as cold as it is outside my house right now. So, yeah, we're in the temperate climate where it gets cold. So, on the desert map, no, you don't really need to. I ran a successful Republic to the 90s with no heating at all. This map, oh yeah. Heating and power is also going to be over here. Yeah, we need heating and we need power out here. And then, yeah, we got to work on the power harness to connect to Avriu so we could potentially export, right? Oh, they messed that up. Deserts get cold at night. It does get cold, Aqualix, but yeah, not, I mean, I guess it depends on the desert, you know, but yeah, there's a little bit of an abstraction there, for sure. Anyway. Let's figure out the road cargo stations, and then we'll go from there. How much does this one-way one have? 4. Okay. No, that's not gonna work. Okay, hold on. Let me rethink this. Okay, so what do we want here? We need how many does that have? 4. Guys, the more I think about it, the more I think, like, having the 6 here is probably good for what we want. Like, 6 is... that should be good, depending on what we store in each warehouse. Just an idea, but you use one half of the cargo station, you could put a tunnel on the other side and you can use both sides. I'm not sure we can because I have my main tracks there. We do have room over here for another one, for another cargo, road cargo right there, but I don't want that. Yeah, we could have them load and unload here depending on the throughput. I like that idea. Alright, so here's how this is going to work. We're going to need a road that goes this way. Like that, and then we need it to increase the radius on this corner. Like that. And then we need a road that goes that way. Put the main tracks in a tunnel. Hey DJ, what's going on? If I want to do that, Violent, I left room over here to put them in a tunnel, but I think I got everything I need here, dude. This setup right here basically covers every resource. The only thing it really doesn't cover is waste, and that's what we're going to figure out next. My one big thing here is that the meat locker is, like, way over here. And I'm not, like... It's like, okay, it's all the way over there. Alright. You know, it would take a lot of distance to get graded properly. Exactly, Seacracken. That's why I don't want to do it. If I ever wanted to, we could probably figure it out. But once again, with the Y over here and everything, we need the Y that goes to the NATO tracks. I don't want to do that. No pressure, but your boss is in chat. Oh, I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. Pressure, dude. I hosted the Starship stream with this dude watching. Don't worry about it. We good. Wait, which boss are we talking about? Which is here. Heating plant can use paper waste in the incinerator, then bio waste to make fertilizer? I think you can research that. I'd leave the meat locker there. It will help spread out the truck traffic. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, Hokie. No, I know. I was talking to him before the stream. Speaking of bio waste, I'm here. Hey, Tara. Well, guys, we got to think about this. The Happy Socks was saying if you have a crane, the open storage loads faster. So I want the trucks to load out of here, right? I want the trucks to load out of here. We don't want to put a cargo station in the center. That'll affect load times. And with trucks, you're getting a much higher frequency of delivery. So that absolutely makes a difference, right? Another Bolshoi build. Yeah, something like that, Mihai. What's going on, buddy? How are you? Dude, I want to test something. Just for the heck of it. Alright, what if we had... I mean... We're gonna obviously need our access roads here. But... for this stuff... like, here, watch. Wait, let me picture this in my head for a second. Don't anybody say anything. Hold on. Okay. Man. Can't double into it. Alright. Well, that theory's out. I was gonna make a ramp in and a ramp out, but it doesn't look like it wants that. Unless we put a buffer in front of it. Let's set it to 100 feet. Actually, we'll go to a grid spot. That'll make it easier. So how long is the longest truck? 53-foot trailer. It's the American stuff, the lowboy trailers. That Mack truck lowboy. So that should be, it's not 100 feet long. It should be a 53-foot trailer. Because we'd want to queue it, right? Like, good afternoon. Are you showing the Rocket Lab and Falcon 9 later today, even though they're at the same time? Yeah. Yeah, we can set it to two truck lengths. That'd probably be better so it doesn't back up. And then what we could do from here, just get rid of this for a second, right? You could have a road. No. Let's try this. It's a little bit of a sharp corner, but I don't like how close those are to each other, dudes. It's no good. Because you're getting lane crossovers. I don't like that. It's better to just have this be a one-way road. So, put this road here, put this road here. Like that. So trucks can go down here. We can set the intersections for prioritizing this as the main road. And go from here. Single lane, one-way road for the full length. That's going to create a lot of merge conflicts. No, it's not necessarily car-centric, Mihai. I'm planning for everything this time around. You could go in any direction. There's a real focus on planning, so we don't end up having a city that's riddled with crime because I forgot to make police stations, or something burned down that was important because I forgot to make fire stations. Helicopter-centric. I'm building a republic, so we'll have cars. We could have cars, we could have trains, etc., etc. We'll do what we got to do. Do you have a checklist? No. No. Why would I have that? Your repair station does not have any storage. Is this intentional? The large warehouse, dude, has a gigantic storage facility inside of it. Actually, it's not the biggest, but I'd prefer, Violent, I'd prefer to have buildings I'd prefer to have buildings, the buildings that need vehicles that need to be repaired in close proximity, especially in this design, because all the parts that they're going to need is going to be in that warehouse right there. So we distro back and forth. We just put a small distro in here, and we distro back and forth, and it delivers the resources that it needs right there instead of going to the border. Is there a minimum amount of shareholders a corporation can have in the United States? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Does your rail construction and rail storage have a repair yard in the limits? No, it does not. What, no dock workers? I haven't gotten to making that yet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Brendan, yeah. And this, once again, this is a construction depot. Our maintenance depot is probably going to be, I mean, we could tell it to be a different set of vehicles, but hopefully by then I have another construction depot up. Okay, anyway, moving on. I want to just modify this design just a little bit. Nope, not that. Click the wrong button. Short track racing, baby. That's how I wanted this to look. Little short track here. We'll make that a one-way. And essentially have it work like a gigantic hub and spoke roundabout. Nice Daytona track. I don't think it's big enough to be Daytona. I mean, how big of a short track did we just make here, just on a side note? Three-eighths. It's a 3/8 short track. I worry 2-lane one-way will cause a lot of merging traffic. Better it be 1-lane IMO. Dude, I don't... Yeah, I know the merging is kind of stupid, but I think if we set priority on this correctly from the start, which is another thing that I didn't really do right off the bat, you got to set the intersection priority. So you got to set, like, what's the main road. Like, see, this is telling me that has priority over the roundabout, which is not right. It needs to be like that. Why won't it let me do that? Crossroads with signals must have at least one road with gravel. I guess we can't do that on those types of roads. Oh. Okay, so yeah, that's the issue. All right, fine. It's no problem. Dude, maybe we should just... I mean, I've built depots just like this, and they really didn't have problems with traffic. In fact, no depot that I built with these has that kind of problem. I'm just gonna leave that like that, dude. This, but what we'll do is I'll leave a lot of extra space. I'll leave extra space here, just in case. And then, what I want is a fire department. Yeah, like if I'll leave an open area right here. If we want to redo it, we can build the new area here and then connect everything in. Which brings me to this. I want to build a main road right here. I'm worried that those might be too close to each other. Have a look at Ludwigshafen. Okay. All right, Triple. Ludwigshafen. Where is that? Hey. What are you trying to get me to see? Man, you guys go hard into trains. I appreciate it as a country that has lots of trains. Really don't hate it. Pretty good stuff. Those are gigantic hump yards, man. Very nice. We love hump yards here. Yeah, Happy Socks, I know. Splitting the roads like that. Oh, I like it. Cool. At the river. Our favorite rolling stock can't be humped. How am I looking at here? Now that's a cargo terminal. Holy balls. Are those intermodal liquid tanks? Yeah, they are. Huh. Lots of trains, but pretty bad train infrastructure overall. You call this bad train infrastructure? You sure about that? You sure? Are you sure about that? Oh, bro. This is tits. This is awesome. Look at this. Ooh. I like it. I like everything that's going on right in this area here. Look at those cargo terminals, man. Damn. Now that's how you cargo terminal. I appreciate this. This is all petroleum, whatever it is, dudes. This is all petroleum up in here. It's so compacted, though, I can't even tell what it is. I think I see some distillation towers in here. But dude, they're stacking up rail cars like trucks, which is, I don't hate it. I think that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick, Chubbs. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That looks like a Bessemer. Is this a steel mill? Oh yeah. Nope, distillation tower. Only the current required repairs and modernizing our train infrastructure will take from until 2070. Interesting. 2070 to modernize all your railways? What needs to be modernized? This looks pretty good to me. This is not good enough for you? Alright. Okay. Oh yeah, Google Earth is amazing, Luca. Yeah, great for reference. That's good. But I don't really see like a mass cargo offload area for trucks. This looks like it's all offloading for trains, which, well, I do very much appreciate. That's not exactly what I'm looking for right now. But this is great. I'm going to keep this up because I know I'm going to need it. You have to witness it in person to understand it, and no, most of our railways are not in European safety standard. Many things are still mechanical instead of electric. So, why does it need to be electric, dude? Honest question. What are you talking about when you say mechanical, though? Are you talking about, like, the switch networks and stuff? How do you do the timeline thing? Down here. My favorite thing is looking at current timeline with the 3D buildings. This is photogrammetry that's going on here. Basically, if you take, you know, the satellites, right? And airplanes that are taking pictures, you know, the satellites orbiting over, and it gets the building from a bunch of different angles. And then they use a bunch of pictures to basically make a 3D model, which is super cool. That's why this is so cool to look at. Google Earth is a trip nowadays, dude. Like, look, it can see, in some scenarios, it can see underneath the stupid bridge, which is pretty awesome. To be fair, it's pretty cool to see an electric train pulling double-stack multi-modal container tanks. Yeah, I mean... It's called photogrammetry, Mihai. Yeah. Look at, I mean, dude, you can see into these people's backyard. Isn't that cool? I mean, you know what I mean. What are your thoughts on this West Station will open in 2045 on the MBTA commuter rail Framingham-Worcester line at the former Beacon Park yard, costing $100 million to build? I would like to see a detailed breakdown of expenditures and wonder why, in the name of Jeb, does it cost $100 million to build a platform for a train station? If I had to guess, Andrew, it's because that... Here, real quick. I'll show you. If I had to guess, okay, so it's not just building a train station there. Beacon Park Yard was a big freight yard that was operated basically in the city, right here. It was operated in the city by CSX. Now, the Beacon Park Yard has this really interesting thing. It has a highway going through it, a major federal highway going through it. That is a U.S. highway. That's I-90. So the Mass Pike, if you're a local. That's the problem here. Beacon Park Yard, it goes all the way over here. It had a loop. It had a loop built into it. Because, yeah, the yard was over here, and they squeezed it in. They squeezed the highway. They weaseled the highway into the yard, like around the yard, and that constricted yard design. So they expanded the yard over here. So redeveloping the entire Beacon Yard property, I'd believe that would cost $100 million, sure. It's not just building a damn train station. It really isn't. The other thing you have to take into account here, yeah, there's a lot of open space. You're basically starting with a clean slate. This area is all graded and ready to go. It's good, right? This is fine. This is great. It's ready to go. But, how do you get to it? So, okay, great. You build a big, nice train station here. You build West Station. How are people getting to this? You have train tracks on one side and a gigantic highway on the other. How do you make this walkable? How does that work? So, I know what people are going to say. Oh, well, you know, you could just add walkways right here. Well, this is all Boston University right here. That's all BU. Now, you do have Com Ave right there. Com Ave is a big boulevard in Boston. It's Commonwealth Avenue. That could work. Sure. Now you're building walkways over here onto Com Ave. There's also a Green Line train. There's light rail going through Com Ave. Does this train station involve moving that over to West End? How do you get from the Green Line to the West End station if you really want to? How does that work? Right? How do people get to this? You want to build a big train station here, and I understand the reason why they want to, but okay, you build a train station that services this area, that's all fine and dandy. But the whole impetus of building a train station here is to help service Cambridge as well. Because anybody that's ever driven on this intersection knows that it's awful to navigate. It's like 6 lanes merging into one. This intersection sucks. Sucks. So, okay, once again, you're building your train tracks over here, and you're building it to alleviate traffic over here to get people to Cambridge. Cambridge over here has Harvard right there, and MIT over here, amongst other things. How does that work? How do you, what's this train station entail? Like, how do people get it? Are you going to build a pedestrian bridge here? How does this work? See what I mean? It's a tangled up mess, which is why that's probably the reason why it's going to cost that much. But also at the same time, just build the damn train station. Once again, I don't even understand why they're building West End Station. There's a train station right there. They built this train station right here to service New Balance's world headquarters right here. So I know it says Bose right there. Bose has offices here, but this is New Balance's world headquarters. Like the shoe. And Bose, I guess, has a office there. And then WGBH is here too. Das and I went there one time. We did Escape Lab, and we shot it in that building. There's a soundstage in there, which is super cool. But there's a train station right there. You're gonna have a train station, quite actually like a half mile down the road, down the tracks. Why? What's the point of that? I don't understand. Why do that when you have that station there? Don't forget about remediating the brownfields. The station is small. I've actually thought about this, guys. And once again, this is coming from me. Like this, I'm a local. I know that Andrew, I saw somebody post something about this and say like, oh, it's going to cost 100 billion. Oh my gosh, Doge needs to get in there. And yeah, I think there is some merit to that. But if you're familiar with the issue, this is a tangled mess. The reality is that the Beacon, the former Beacon Park Yard is great. It's a prime piece of real estate that no one can get to. Nobody can get to it. No one can get to it. It's useless. It's surrounded by train tracks and a highway. This is essentially dead space. There's nothing. What are you going to put there? If you want to put anything there, you are going to have to untangle this mess. And therein lies my solution. So I-90 was supposed to go around. It was originally designed to go around the train yard. This was also designed for toll booths. There used to be a toll booth right here. You could see where it was. Right there. There used to be a toll booth. And these roads were all designed to have toll booths on them. We don't do that anymore. Massachusetts has electronic tolls, right? This was all designed for tolls. And because it was all designed for tolls, it is an absolute nightmare to navigate. That's part of the reason why the traffic sucks, because it's designed for toll booths. Now, you did alleviate traffic here because you used to always get stopped here because you had to go through a stupid toll booth to get into the city. And also, it's stupid that the state is taxing a federal road for tolls, which is dumb, but whatever. They financed a federal road on the state dollar, which is stupid. And when they built the Mass Pike in the 50s, when they built I-90 through Massachusetts, they said, oh yeah, we'll get rid of the tolls when the road is paid off. In the 50s, 75 years ago. Sure. Okay, so what's the solution? Redesign the entire interchange. Redesign the whole thing. This intersection sucks. It sucks. It's terrible. Redesign the whole thing. You have Cambridge Street right there, you have Storrow Drive right there, and you have Commonwealth right there. This is a lot of throughput here that needs to be completely fixed. So, how do you fix this problem? How do you fix it? Make this space useful. So how do you do that? Make the highway go this way. Make the highway do that. And I know what people are going to say. Well, how do you build a railway station? Well, check this out. Part of 90 right here, they ran out of space between Storrow Drive and the train tracks when they went to build 90, so they snaked it over the tracks. Elevate the damn road. It's already elevated there. So, right here, go under Cambridge Street, go up, right? Build the elevated road here, build the train station underneath it. Done. Easy peasy. Now, what about highways? What about the on-ramp? How are you going to fix all that? Well, build a regular trumpet interchange right here or something. Right? You can build out over the tracks. You don't need 4 or 5 tracks this close to each other for a train station. Tracks need to be spaced better, except for the main throughput line right there, right? Simple enough. Right? See what I'm talking about? So let's clear the path and go line tool right here. Say you go from here to there, right? That's your highway. Now you make an interchange that kind of goes like, a little bit like this, obviously, for your throughputs. And then, just kind of go over here for a change. You could build out exits. You have that, right? Clear that. And then you could build out exits that go up over the tracks and over the interchange like this, right? And then you essentially build a feeder road right here. You build a feeder road right here that connects into these ramps, right? And then you just basically connect everything in over there. Now, once again, why would we do that? Well, that opens up all this space. It opens up the whole space for a train station and then mixed use development. And now, because the highway isn't over here, you can connect Cambridge Street right into the station. You can connect Storrow Drive right into the station. You could also even make it so this frontage could connect right into Sturo instead of having to force the traffic here. Part of the reason why there's so much traffic is people are trying to get onto Sturo Drive. These people that are coming through here on this ramp are trying to go right, and the people coming down the Mass Pike are trying to get to Cambridge and they're trying to turn left, right? So you eliminate that on-ramp, you eliminate that on-ramp right there, and connect the highway into Cambridge Street. And then put roads that go down into Sturo over there. That eliminates this whole problem. And it opens up the entire area. So now you can build buildings here and do whatever you want. And then you have a really nice train station underneath the highway. You could build parking garages there. You build a park and ride. You build it, you know, build out your walkways to Comm Ave so people can interchange to the green line right there. That's the solution. That's $100 million. Well, that's more than $100 million solution, but there you go. Run for mayor when you're done streaming. That's the best way I can think about this, because it's an entanglement of failure. Just building a train station here is not going to fix that problem. Building a train station there does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. Great, you built a really nice train station that nobody can get to. That's your issue. So yeah, no, I know a lot about that. That's my hometown. Yeah, and if the city takes that land, right? Now that you have accessible land and you sell it, the city makes bajillions of dollars. Maybe take those frigging toll booths off the Mass Pike. I don't know. That's never happening. That's never happening. They had enough money to upgrade the entire toll system throughout the entire state to electronics, but they didn't have we didn't pay off the road yet. Okay. Let's play City Skylines 2. Well, the reason why I bring up throughput and stuff is because we're building stuff out in workers. Anyway. Hang on. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Are you going to set up cargo container infrastructure? Very efficient. Maybe eventually. Probably not here, but eventually. I mean, I did leave space over here on purpose, but anyway. So, where were we? We were leaving this area open for trucks. I do not believe I need that road to be connected there. And if I don't need... We don't need that road connected. Actually, you know what? I don't want interchanges here. I'd rather design it that way and have one way in to this area, right? So the meat trucks are going to go down there, they're going to come back, and then they'll turn out about here. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. I think that's good. Now we got our main road. Now we can kind of figure out where everything else lives. When Junctions comes out, Sneaky? Oh yeah, maybe. It's a concrete road, Sea Kraken. Prefabricated roads are... Prefab roads are concrete. It's cheaper. It's cheaper to make. I would use these panel roads for these industrial areas because they're cheaper. They're cheaper than paving the road out. Because the trucks aren't going to be going high speed here anyway. Still struggling with the ice? Yeah, it hasn't gone anywhere, Chief. Don't worry. It's like -5C here, dude. There's nothing, dude, whatever. There's nothing I can do. We put ice melt and salt down on it, and it's really, all it's doing is just making the ice look like Swiss cheese, but it's all good. Yeah, maybe we'll give Junctions a shot when we go to play it, but I'm not making good time here, and I want to keep time. Alright, so we need a fire station. I'll probably end up putting that kind of stuff over here. Now, in terms of the construction yard, here's what we'll do. Let's go here. We'll use the copy area tool. I'm just gonna place a copy of that down over here, and then now the reason why I want to do all this is because I want to redo it. I didn't like the position of it. I want to put this stuff right here. And part of the reason why I didn't want to do the roundabout thing here, right, is because I want my construction vehicles, if they need resources, obviously I don't want them going to the border. I just want them to grab stuff from here and go, right? Which is why I think leaving this two-way is a good idea. But I needed to move around my construction, the construction terminal. So we have to change some things around with its design. I mean, not much. Or at least I don't think I do. Hold on, let me... I'm just gonna rebuild it. I don't like that. It's coming in crooked and I don't like it. No problem. Oh, there's also the designs here that we wanted to do here, so. These, I believe that, you know, those three-way interchanges that you guys were talking about is a good call. That's fine. I'll try putting them in. I mean, you're saying they work like mini roundabouts. That's fine. Don't worry, it's not out yet. It'll be out much, much, much later. Okay. All right, now over here. So the repair depot. This is probably not exactly what I want there. That's what I'm looking for. I'm wondering if we could shoehorn this over here. We do have space, so first of all, let me just make a little bit of the extra space. I want to do that, but I also want to make it so if we need to branch train tracks for whatever reason further into the construction yard, we can. Building anything yet? No. Cool. And that's part of the reason why I'm leaving this area open. We could build train stuff in here. Like I could put distro in here. Actually, if we were going to put distro in, distro would be better served being a branch off of this and putting distro right there. So it can go either way. So like say a train needs steel, send the distro through this line here, because that's omnidirectional. The way the Joker 007 in chat helped me set this up. If we do the block pathing and chain signals right, this little stretch of track can be omnidirectional, so trains can come into this, and then they can go out back onto my single directional tracks. If you tee in distro right here, if I put a train distribution center right here, and then put it on a Y, going onto these tracks, a train can go get onto this, grab what it needs down at the border, come back, drop off here, and then reverse out and back into the distro. So if we're gonna do that, it's better to put the construction area right here, like right next to the storage area. There's no more connections over here anyway, so yeah, that's what I think we'll do. So let me redesign this a little bit. Why put a repair station if you could repair the vehicles with better ones anyway? It seems like a waste of resources. Why is it a waste of resources now? What do we... There's an auto replace. Oh, I know about the auto replacement function, Seakraken, but why? Surely buying new vehicles is not nearly as cheap as repairing them. Repairing them is not expensive at all. It just requires labor. So you're swapping money for labor here, ironically. I'd rather do this way, dude. There's not enough space. Balls. I agree, but at the point where an upgrade is available, you could build a car factory and make all the vehicles you need without purchasing them. What? Scrap the older vehicles. These words do not mean anything to me. I know you have a different labor plan, but I almost think you need to work out where the prison will be next to your industrial base to supply your labor the Republic way. Rango, I mean, Just a quick thought off the top of my head is have it next to the coal mine. Put the prison next to the damn coal mine. Like, we'll flesh out that idea a little bit more in a second. You can use the prisoners for labor if you buy prison buses, and then you can make a labor line coming out of the prison going to wherever. They cannot do construction labor, though. Yeah, they can't do construction labor. It has to be at an industrial building, and that's it. That's dumb. I want unpaid interns. See, Kraken, I just don't really understand the point here. You're like, okay, prison labor side. Yeah, whatever. So, okay, scrap the older vehicles, etc., right? We could scrap them, we can make money, you buy new vehicles, etc., build a car factory, blah, blah, blah. That's all these extra things that you have to add in lieu of a repair depot. Why? Surely, like, that's all this extra stuff that you have to do just to have a functioning construction office, or you could just repair them. Like, I know that the vehicles become more difficult to repair after about 20 years. 20 years, they start to really fall off. They go through, they wear and tear out, they wear out a lot faster. Yeah, I get that. That's fair. But I don't know. I think that, I guess the repair depot is peace of mind. You know what I mean? It's peace of mind. All I want is to have my peace of mind. Did you know you can make your own train yards in Workers and Resources? Just make a dead-end track with a waypoint and stop the train there. I thought the goal of the game was to make a self-sufficient republic. This would push for that. Yeah, you're not wrong, but what if I pushed for just making electrical components and mechanical components and fabric and plastic? If I just pushed to do that, right? That solves the same problem. Am I wrong? Like, I mean, the more we're talking through it, the more I think we should just do both of these things. Violent, my only thing about that is that engines can't detach. Locomotives can't detach from cars and leave cars on a siding. If they could, that would be sick. That'd be super cool. Like, can you imagine a whole little train mini game in this thing? Oh, I'd do that. I mean, but for right now, it's just... I mean, but then again, you could use the switcher locomotive. Why are you doing this to me, dude? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you giving me all these ideas? You could use the switcher locomotive, which is super, super inexpensive. And you could just park the switcher locomotives on the track. No, but you can have a vehicle storage with train wagons. What's the difference between the pig A and the pig class? I have no idea, dude. I noticed that. Maybe it's like an upgraded version or something. 24 miles an hour, 21 tons, 162 horse. 24 miles an hour, 21 tons, 162 horse. I don't see any difference here. Maybe one can be painted. No, but you can have vehicle storage with train wagons as in open storage. Hey, Iron Spark, what's up, dude? So what do you mean? Violent, like. Oh, I get what you're saying, dude. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can offload cars in storage. Basically performing the functions of a manual distribution. Yeah, I get it. I mean, dude, I could put more sidings in here and we could park trains. Like, I'd do it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That's a waste of time and money in this game. I'd do it just because it's cool. But yeah, Seacracken, we can work on both. We'll work on both of these things, the repair depot, etc., etc. I think it seems like it's prudent to do both of them. Yeah, put a waypoint, tell the train to get to the waypoint. When it gets to the waypoint, just tell it to stop. Oh, I'd do it, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'd absolutely do that. That would be super cool. Yeah, I didn't think of that. That's actually a really awesome thing we could do. So we could essentially make a manual distribution center. We'd have to operate it ourselves, right? But we could make a manual distro. Interesting. Interesting concept. You never got into the recycling and scrapping side, which are very complicated and helpful for making infrastructure not crack from the inside out. Yep. Did you open a can of worms? Yes. Yes, you did. Alright. Back to the tasks at hand. The first one was figuring out the cargo terminal. Second one was prospecting for resources. That's what we were trying to do. Is there anything around here that's useful? Any oil? Nothing. Coal? There is coal over here. Right there. I'll mark it. We'll mark it on the map. There's coal. Now, what about iron? Any iron in the area? Yep. All right, what else could we prospect for? Obviously wood. But wood cuts down trees, so I don't know. I never bothered to make the sawmill or anything. What about gravel? Gravel is pretty big in the area here too. Bauxite is profitable. Yeah, but I can't place bauxite. I would need to research more. Talking about like out of the stuff that we have. Oh, it's really oil. But interesting. There is a lot of oil here. There's oil, coal, and iron.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dude, that's a pretty big deposit right there. We're gonna have to find better ways to place this stuff. Those pumps, I just put them where I saw the highest deposits, but I know placing one next to another can screw your deposit yield. The key is to space them out correctly, so they all have the, like, combined all have the highest deposit. But yeah, we're definitely gonna have to build over here in Proverbium. There's too much good stuff. Oiligrad. Hey Ren, 118-month resub. Now let's check out here. Go through the same kind of deal here. There's no iron. There's no coal. There's no oil. Olio! I like that. That's good. So there's nothing out here. I'd say farms. Lots of farms. And then there's not really another border crossing. There's just Apatomo, Averiu, and Ilios. There's one right here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Moist, 72-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, farms would probably be good over there. Could also do farms in this area here, but that's, I mean, yeah. You need a lot of farms to feed people. You need a lot of farms. And remember, we only have enough farms. The farms are only working for 6 months out of the year because of the crappy weather, right? So we're gonna need a lot of farms. We need to build up enough of a yield to last us through the damn winter, right? Just something to take into account. All right, so we did the resource
Discovery,
prospecting.
go and throttle up.
We are going to have to start planning out over here as well. We're going to have to start planning out how we want to set this up. Iron, coal, and oil are right next to each other. So I'm thinking a steel mill over here would probably not be the stupidest thing. A big steel mill. And, I mean, how much people does it take to run the coal and the iron mines? 250 there. 220 there. So we got to make a pretty big city here. I'm thinking... Hey, holy moly. 6-month resub. I'm thinking building the city probably over here somewhere. Probably would be the smart thing to do. We're going to need another train distribution center just like that one, Panta, yeah. Because Proverbium has, it's a big border crossing. So, I mean, we could also just build the town right here. You could build it right next to it. And there's some really, really nice spots for gravel there, too. You can use the ski lift ore system. For what? What am I using that for? Yeah, this is going to need another... We're going to need to build a copy of this over there. That's okay. I don't mind that. It's good to have unification like that. But that also means it would probably be beneficial to have a train line working its way over here at some point. And then eventually a highway. More trains than anything. Lisa, can I have some... I don't have any monuments built yet, dude, but yeah. And then, you know, we have all these farms out here. How the heck does that get over there? You know? Something to consider. So the iron deposit, just while we're marking resources. Yeah, that's costing me some cash. So the iron is right there, over on this side. Coal is right here. I'm just gonna... I like placing it down so I know. And then we know the oil is over here on this map. I'll just place one down. Question. Are you going to do the math before building a city? I mean, fabric is 80 times 3, clothing is 80 times 3, that's 500 people, so making a 1500 city is pointless.
This is
question.
space. I'm in space.
Hey, Bob gifted 5 subs. You got the... so you got the subs. Thanks, man. Do mines go dry? No, they do not. Violent. Building a big city over here isn't just that, though. It's not just that. You need people to work in the fire stations. You need people to work in the coal mine over here. You know, it's not just clothes. Clothes is the early game. Eventually, we're going to need a city that does a bunch of things. You need people to work in the rail depots. So we can build the tracks that connect all this stuff together. We've got to do that by making cash, man. We have to make... And clothing is a good way to start, right? But how are you going to build all that? You need a construction depot to do that. It was an example. Are you going to do the math before building the city? Well, yeah, yes, essentially, yeah. The idea is that if I build the city out, okay, my idea is that if I build the city out in modular segments, like we did with Nova Galin, right? Just the same thing, just over and over and over again, right? You can expand for the population that you're trying to achieve. That's the whole idea. Trust me, I think I got a good idea of what I want. Monkey side up, flaming in down. Nice, T-Man. Creeper, what is this? Nice. But yeah, we should tally up population and make the make it correlative, but we need to make our cities expandable. So I'm gonna design the city. I'm basically, dude, I'm telling you, we are going to design the whole damn thing. Like, I'll design the whole freaking city. Like, I know, well, yeah, we're gonna need, I forgot about better flats. We're gonna need to have different sectors of the city, you know, obviously taking into account we're gonna unlock better buildings. Guys, the other thing that I'm noticing is that with this new information, coal, iron, and oil, like all right next to each other. I mean, they seem to be kind of right next to each other here as well. Coal, iron, oil is over there. I wanted to make this the university town, but now I'm not so sure. Just because of this extreme close proximity of resources. I mean, we're gonna have all three of these. All three of these within 2 miles of each other. 3.2 kilometers of each other. That's pretty good. I think it's a good spot for a simple profit-driven starter city with the university also. This one right here? Yeah, Prophet 6, this game's amazing, dude. Workers is the best. This is the best city builder. I'm sorry, it's the best one. It's the best one. Is the river navigable? You could make it navigable if you wanted, Andrew. You just got to dig it deeper and wider. You got to dredge the canal. Yeah, yes, you can make them navigable. That's how you know it's good, Prophet 6, is like if you're playing, you're having a ton of fun with the regular game, and then mods on top of that make the game even better. I can think of another game that did this. Sorry, I'm moving around some wires, dudes. Give me 1 second, guys. Alright, I just turned up the heater. It's really cold in here. It's still really cold in here. See, I want to put farms out here. I want to put a lot of farms out here. Problem with putting a lot of farms out here is getting those resources to places where they need crops. That's the problem. Yeah. Yeah, nice proposition. Okay. Mirror the current design on the other border and have them meet in the middle for a university city. It's gonna take a lot to make. I might. I'm. Blah. I think we should just put the university here. Put the university city here. I think this should be the university city as well, with some clothes. Let's see. City over here. Wait a minute. Okay, dumb question. Probably not a smart idea. Planes can move. Planes can move crops around, can't they? No. No, that's... I know they can, but you're gonna need a cargo terminal and stuff. Why are you playing like it's 1990 and you got millions in the bank? Why are you asking dumb questions when I'm just... It was just an inquiry. Relax. I said it was a dumb question. I knew it was dumb. I just wanted to see. Jeez. Not even any planes that we could get right now that can move cargo significantly, so don't worry about it. Alright. Construction depot. It's alright. Yeah, it's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. 1.4 million is enough. 1.4 what? 1.4 million is enough for a medium-sized city, one industry, and small medium fleet vehicles. I don't think you can build multiple cities yet. Can someone want dumb? I'm here. No, I'm here, Genesis. Jeez, no. What's up, man? Relax, kid. It's fine. I'm just thinking about stuff, man. I'm trying to explore all facets. So, Happy Socks, I have a question, dude. I have a question for you. Maybe not as stupid of a question. So, dude, in my other save, I started building 3 cities at once. And I maxed out my loans right at the beginning of the game. Like, maxed it out. Right? And I started building 3 cities at once. I maxed out the dollar. I maxed out, all this stuff. Right? And that gave me the capital to start building 3 cities all at once. And I grew 3 cities into 3 industries. Well, one of them was a research town and 2 of them I made for oil. Right? I did not start with medium money in my last save. No. I didn't. I took loans right at the beginning. I have a question. How many hours do $700 or $650. Round up to $700. $657. Yeah, okay, refocus. Yeah, I took the loans out. Now, 2 million is enough. 2 million over here. We could borrow more because there was people. So we could still borrow, but we probably can't build out like that. Like, even if we took the loans, I think we should still do that. I would prioritize the steel in the oil area. 3 million is definitely enough to get multi going. You just got to plan it out. Yep. I'm doing all right, Genesis. Yeah, I got a good one. I'll still, guys, don't get me wrong. We'll still design it all out. I'll design everything out, and then we'll fund what we need. I'm gonna build what we want, though. Does that make sense? We're building what we want. Like, I'll design it. We'll design it. We'll design it all. It'll be sick. And I did build this road out here. Get rid of that. I don't know. I don't understand what that means, but... whatever. I built this road out so we could get at the oil. And then we could do quick truck export to Apatomo to start getting at least some capital in to at least offset the interest of the loans. That was the idea. I did that before. That is a pretty decent strategy. Problem with before is that I didn't really do anything with my city after that. I had a nice city and I got cold heating and power and everything up. Right? And I was just like, oh, I'll keep making money off the oil. I'll keep making money off the oil. No. No, that's not how you do that. How many tons could you pump out over there? I don't know. Why would I know that information off the top of my head? Pretty good deposit, dude. Yeah, we could get probably 6 or 7 pump jacks going here easily. The other thing I've been contemplating is building a spur line over here for trains, but the thing about this oil is that it's so damn close. If we did pipeline research, I mean, that's a little ways down in the tech tree, but if you did pipeline research, we could just export crude. We just shoot it right out the pipe. How many tons? What's the percentage max? Let me get rid of that and I'll tell you that answer. The highest is 75. Or 77. Anything higher? So if we like place one here and place another one there, we could get good bonuses. You need like a ton for a refinery. There's not enough oil over here for a refinery, guys. We'd have to import the crude, which is fine. We could do that, but there's not enough. I don't think there's enough oil on any part of this map to supply a refinery correctly. Unless there's like a mother of all oil deposits out here somewhere that I don't know about. The one even over there, Oil Holio, is still that one's pretty big. Yeah, this one is pretty... Yep, nope, that's big enough. Dude, it goes all the way. Whoa. Yeah, that one might be pretty close. Does it go across the river? So in that area, you said how many pumps? I don't know, probably 5. You probably get 5 down with decent yield over here. It's not enough, dude. Where was that? That was right here? A lot of times the bigger deposits are over water. Dude, I own this island, huh? That's kind of cool. I don't think there's any in the water here. Dude, this is a big freaking map. I think it's the same size as the desert, you know? Islands, rockets. In that case, that area would expect 13 tons of crude a day. That's pretty good. Yeah, of course, Pat. Of course we are. Last water showed some nice oil. Well, that's the big oil deposit that we knew about. Oh, oh, oh. Hold up. Pretty decent size. Give me data and I'll make a Republic 23.235 more efficient. Oh wow, it goes onto the land. That's a big one. Out by the farms out here. Or where I want my farms to be. It's pretty big. Dude, look, it goes all the way, yeah, it goes all the way out into the water. Yeah, that's a pretty big deposit. I'm not sure it's enough for a refinery, but it's pretty big. So there is oil. There's a lot of oil on this map. What's the current price? 42 per ton. Not bad. It's going up. I mean, as much as it can. Don't call the island something weird like Ed. No. Okay. I'm gonna get back to building this construction depot that I've been trying to build for a good while. Kinda looks like PCB design. Yeah, it kinda does, doesn't it? Alright, let's see if we can weasel this thing in here. No, Hellfish, I don't want to. Jeez. Can't even imagine. Nice, that'll work. Alright. Now I just gotta make my construction depots on the other side here. Before I could plop that down. Alright. Ah. Is that cargo terminal getting in the way? Hey, come back. Cool. This makes it so they all feed from the same road. That's what I want. Just updating you. Falcon 9 launch in about 3:30. Yeah, okay. I know. I know, my dude. Now, my other design, I did the double road depots, but I don't think we... I think I'd come up... I think I have a better way of doing this. Now, this doesn't have the best, like, connections of the road depots and stuff, but... that does work. The only thing that this keeps out of the repair depot's range here, Skylab's slightly less reusable, but didn't make the joke because of Starship. What'd you say, man? The Kiko tweet. Falcon 9 is vertical on the pad and the drone ship is in position on Exuma Sound, tracking no issues. This launch is special. It'll be the first time a rocket launches from one country and lands in another, one step closer to making spaceflight aircraft. Where's your response? Why is it not, like, right at the top of the damn feed, man? I passed it? Oh, there it is. Nice. We'll try to play Kerbal Public like once a week. That's what I'm gonna try to do. I have nothing else for you. Oh, Hey, what's up, man? I didn't post that, did I? I don't think I did. I think I hit escape. Face the rail, please. Yeah, okay, I didn't. All right, cool. Hey, Ron, what's going on? It's been a second? Yeah. All right, so the only thing that's being left out of this is the technical services. It's not, Nova. You're wrong. But, you know, that's fine. You know what? I can find technical services. We could put the technical services a little bit down the road. I don't think that's going to make that big of a deal. Now what we could do Dump that, dump that. Yeah, that's not gonna... It doesn't like that. Okay. I was gonna say, we could drop another road depot in here. We could almost fit the dang thing. Alright, hold on. What if I rotate the repair shop 100, like, if I rotate it 180 degrees? Sometimes you gotta remake the roads. Sometimes you gotta build roads first, sometimes you don't. Nope, too close. Hey, what's up, 100B? Long time no see, man. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, it's not really liking the placement of those side roads. There we go. Make sure every one of these can get access. Good, good, good. And then, because the entrance to the thing is over there now instead of being right here, I should be able to put one more road depot in. So now if a car needs to be fixed, I can just send it to either one of the road depots. And now to make the road depots look extra cool, right? We line them up like that. There we go. Killer. Yeah, I work a lot, like 6 days a week. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Actually, I figured out one last thing we could do. You know, I lined up the road depots, but then I was like, oh, we can do... It'll let us place like that, but not like that, huh? Yeah, see, this road depot will go to those, and that one can go to those. Cool. Now that, once again, the only problem with that is that we don't get technical services, but that's okay. We can put the technical services actually just across the street, and it's not that big of a deal. Now, if you're wondering what is technical services, garbage trucks and snow plows. We're gonna need a lot of those. Like, a lot of those. But remember, I don't want to go too far because train distro is going to be over here. So what I'm thinking... if you're really tricky, you can like plop them up together and make them look like one building, like that. Because you can mirror the buildings. Here we go. Okay, so that's good. We have all of our construction vehicles. The vehicles will drive out, grab the resources that they need, right? Go, and then, yeah, head off to wherever they need to be. Yeah, I know, yeah. I wasn't going for that. I was naming it after my buddy Yak. I wasn't exactly trying to do that, Tough Joe, but yeah, Cool City is fine. And once again, I'm going to leave this area wide open, right? So if we need to redesign this somehow, we can. The other thing that I'm going to do, and I think we can get away... oh, no, we can't get away with it right there. I want to put a fire station right here, but I just said, like, we might have to redesign this, and if we have to redesign it, I don't want the fire station to not have access, you know? Do you have a funding source built out yet? No.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, 5x5 in chat. You guys are way too early. I saw
Raptor side chat.
5x5.
Cool. I was like, what is this? I have Starbase Live going in the background. I'm like, what? What about power access? If I did this right, all the utilities can go across the street, Sneaky, for all the buildings that need it. It's mostly just the repair depot from what I can see. Balls. Yeah. We're gonna have to go with this. I really don't think this is gonna be as big of a deal. So, you know, like, once again, if we have to do it, we have to do it, but... I think the fire station is fine right there. Now, actually, you know what? I placed it down and then I thought, you know, I went through a final logic check, like, okay, what buildings need labor here? That needs labor, and the fire station is going to need labor. So maybe we place them closer to each other. Will you be cutting over the Cape for the launch? Yeah, but it's 3 hours away, Flask. You know, in the past, I probably would have built like a big bus depot here, but I don't really think we're gonna need a big bus depot for like an endpoint, right? Like, are we in walking range of both buildings? I flipped this stupid repair center around so we're not in walking distance. Yeah, I flipped the repair facility around so the entrance is over there. Unless there's a footpath. Oh. Yes. Yes. Yeah, okay, that's marking correctly. Jeez, pace. That is in walking range, right? Yes, 642 feet. Okay, cool. Not bad. Now, once again, we're planning for the future here, so... What is the maximum amount of people that repair facility can hold? 80. You can have 80 people there. What about the fire station? Even a small one. 30. So we need to build... I'm wondering. Nope. I was wondering if we could make a footpath go through there. Because if we wanted to do parking lots, like if we wanted cars here, I probably won't build the parking lots, but it would be nice to have them, it'd be nice to have them in range. The parking lots connected via footpath definitely worked really, really well at the auto factory. So, once again, what's the repair depot amount? 80, and the fire station is 30. So we have 120 total. These parking lots hold 30 cars. So we need 4 parking lots. That's it. That ain't bad at all. That's enough for the fire station and the repair station, especially if we bring cars in. How come it worked there? Where? Hey. Okay. Alright, whatever. One thing I'm worried about is that if we ever do cars, cars are going to get interspersed with truck traffic. They're going to get messed up with truck traffic. How much to one of these technical services? 15, so we have 30. We have enough for 30 snow plows there. And maybe a small amount of garbage trucks. And I want to save this space anyway. All right, cool. Changed my mind over here. Now, once again, we definitely don't want cars getting stuck with anything but cars. So... So what I'm going to do, 1,000 feet down the road, maybe not 1,000, 500. Well, you can do 500 down the road. It's fine. I screwed up. I want it on a grid, on grids. It'll be easier. I gotta remake these roads. You know what? Give me a little more space. Whatever. That's fine. Train distro is gonna go there. We know that already. So let's measure again. 500 feet down the road is more than enough. That's close enough to get this right. Make this go all the way up to here. Connect that road in. Why? There. Cool. Now, here's what we do. Came up with a better design. This is going to be snow plows and stuff. Obviously, you don't want that. I mean, technically, this probably shouldn't even be connected in. Okay, thought of another better solution. Okay, just wanted to move them a little bit. Now, 1 second, guys. The wind is blowing. The wind's blowing in here, and I gotta figure out why. Give me 1 moment. I have a dryer vent back there that I use for. I have a dryer vent in the back of my shop that I use to plug the air conditioner into, so we can circulate air in here. Yeah, I think a cold's coming through it. So I gotta give me 1 second. I gotta just block that up so nothing gets in. Give me 1 sec. I don't want to do this right now because it's really cold. It's still freezing. Oh boy. Give me 1 second. Just have to you have to get some duct tape for the duct work, etc., etc. Once again, I didn't really want to do this now, but the wind is blowing so hard that it's actually bringing in the cold. I can feel the wind coming through the blinds and stuff. Once again, just please stand by. Currently taping up the vent. There we go. Nothing like duct tape. Sweet. Because I kept feeling wind on my back, and I'm like, where the heck is that coming from? But I put a towel in the dryer vent, and then I taped it up. Cool. Standing by for standing. Hello, it's me you're looking for. All right, guys, I'll be right back. While I'm here, we're going to empty the waste tanks. I'll be back in 1 second. Hey, make sure the game is paused. Okay. All right. Now it should stay nice and warm in here. Okay. So, parking lots and bus stops. Didn't check to see if they were in range. I think they were, but we'll see. Apparently Florida doesn't want me to leave. Push back from the gate. Sat for a few minutes and went back to the gate for a mechanical issue. I think it's a sign. I told you. Told you should. Not a bad idea, geeker. I didn't check to see if they were... You know what? It's fine. Now, obviously, I don't think they're going to be input range from here. Okay. Now, the other thing... Bus depot. And then we can put down a road sign here. Oh, you can't put them on dirt roads. We could put a sign here for no buses, and then the cars will just go out this way. But then again, if the buses could get clogged... Okay, another idea. But see, now where does the bus go from here? If we make this a one-way, that means the snowplows and my regular traffic are crossing. Obviously, we do not want that. Hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Wolfie. It'd be better if it had its own roads. So there. And then we can go back to our original idea that had this here with my technical services. Right there. And right there. I didn't put them up next to each other, but... Wow, that's all superbly crooked. Okay, now I just gotta modify the footpaths. I'm wondering if the bus depot will, if they can walk through the bus depot. They cannot walk through the bus depot. Okay. Underpasses are cooler. Okay. Fine. You sold me on it. Can we fit it? Ewok took you to Disney Springs yesterday? Cool. Actually, I found a better way to do this. Actually, no, that's probably the best way to do it. Metro station entrance. Cool. Has wall been built yet? No. How do you build underpasses? I forget how to do that. Multi-passes are cooler, yeah. Oh, pedestrian tunnel. Yeah, okay. Not exactly lined up, not a fan. So, when these paths are paved, they'll be able to get anywhere. And then the last thing we need is the good old fire station. We put it right at the head of this, right there. Are you basically doing like you did as Epcot, which is basically plan everything beforehand? Yeah, you got to get into like civil systems engineering here, Rocket Guy, in order to do this right, from what I've found. Yeah. Yeah, that's the idea, dude. Yeah, with paved pathways, they'll be able to we'll be able to access everything. And then that leaves plenty of space for train distro. That keeps the cars on their own separate loop. The only thing I don't really like about this is where the fire station is. It seems just kind of plopped there. Did you figure out how to get the round pipe into the square hole? Oh, yeah, we figured that out a long time ago. But then again, this is actually not a bad, now that I'm thinking about it, it's not a bad place to put this. The reason why here is okay is because you want to get to construction, you just drive up the street and go here. Any one of these buildings catches on fire, you're good. Any one of the resources catch on fire, you just go right down here and boom. The one thing I'd be like super concerned about is meat storage, but just because it's far, but that's okay. It's really not, I don't think that's that big of a deal. Now the other thing I think that would be a prudent thing to do is a gas station here as well. Now, Now, if we're gonna do a gas station, well, what's the biggest one? That one holds 67 tons. That's 67 tons, but it's a one-way. Yeah, this building mirrors over the wrong axis. That's the wrong way to... Alright, whatever. You could make the distro do the work of the gas station. I don't have distro right now. You know what? That's a good place for this. Just back the fire station up a little bit. Good. Bus will drop everybody off. We have cars in case we need it. And this is enough parking lots to have the fire station and the repair depot going all night long. All night long. All night. Sorry. You can do it! Yeah, but the distro will work, Sea Kraken, but what about cars too? So this is better just supplying one thing and then having all the trucks go to it. In this particular case, the trucks would just have to go do an extra turnaround. Basically, the fuel is already on their route that they're gonna take. What I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to optimize this as best as I can around fuel consumption, right? Because before, how every other depot basically worked that I've built is these guys would either have to go to a resource cache that was a little ways away, or they would have to drive all the way to the stupid border and come back. I don't want that anymore. I don't want to do that. Ruby Rod! All night long. All night long. All night. Now, train distro will head up over here. Right? That should be okay. Okay. And once again, we're leaving that area right there open in case I need to redo the traffic here somehow. Right? That's what we're doing. All right, Geek, have a safe flight, buddy. See you later. A long driveway for the gas station would be nice. Mind if I ask a couple of questions to see how profitable a coal power plant would be? Sure. I mean, it'd be better. Sea Kraken's right. Like, we could put fuel right here, but that's like 10 extra destinations, right? For all these trucks to get fuel. You might as well have them refuel and then just, you know, not fuel those, right? Like, now what I need to figure out is the same thing that we had to figure out over here. How are we connecting all this together? Oh, I guess I didn't really even notice that. What does power sell for? 36. So on the ruble, it's 36 cents per kilowatt hour, I think is how that's measured. Because it's not measured in tons, right? And we could sell it, yeah, 43 cents on the dollar per kilowatt hour. I think power is kilowatt hour. I'm pretty sure that's basically how every other building is measured in terms of like
Discovery, go
like
at
power
throttle up.
used. It could be it might be megawatt hours. Everything else is in megawatt hours. Ooh, I hope it's kilowatt hours, or else that really would suck. Hey RJ, what's up, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's kilowatt hours. Blech.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mute down, Bakalakadakistan, finish. Hey Jacobs, I just kind of got sick of looking at it. I was staring at it for too long, so we started something different. Anyway, 26-month resub, thank you. And then Slackster had a 49-month resub. How much can the biggest high power available transport? 18 megawatts. With the low end being 4. Well, now you can build 15. What's that one? That's 13, so we have 13, 15. You can do 14, 4, 6, 8. That's 3-phase. It's moving 3-phase AC. That one, I really don't understand what that's supposed to be moving. These are the ones that I've been using in the past. Which, that can carry 2 3-phase and 2 single-phase. Like, you look at groups of wires. If the amount of... Okay, so fun fact about power poles, just in real life. This isn't workers. It's just real life. See how this one has clusters of 3? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then it has 2 other wires up there. So that's single-phase up here. And that's 3-phase. So... 3-phase is basically what our entire civilization is built off of. Yeah. Every power line is carrying 3-phase AC, 3-phase alternating. That's why you need transformers, right? To transform it, you know, step down, step up, and step down the current, etc., etc. I mean, you could, yeah, I mean, DC is better at close range, AC is better at long range. Now, there is high voltage DC power generation, but yeah. So this is how you can tell if a power line is moving some big stuff around. If you see clusters of 3, Clusters of 3 wires means it's really, that's a lot, that's moving a lot of power. Don't go near it. Like, you see this one right here, that has 6, 3 on either side. So that's carrying two 3-phase AC right there. 2 sets of 3-phase AC, and then a single phase up the top. Yeah, just pretty cool stuff. Like, these ones are carrying 2 sets as well, but it also has 2 single phase up the top. That's what those 2 wires up at the top are for. And those ones move 15. These ones, this Christmas tree of a freaking power line, should be theoretically moving the same amount, but it's rated at 14, which is, alright. Those ones are carrying doubles as well. Not sure if you know, I never really bothered to check, how are plants able to produce power and be in sync with the AC at such high precision? Transformers, step up and step down, transformers can do that. In AC to DC transformers. Yeah, the transformer is what modulates that as far as I can tell. I mean, if there's any electrical engineers out there, please let me know. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, but... What is single phase? Okay, so electricity... Jacobs, electricity... Nikola Tesla is the guy that came up with this, dude. Electricity has a wavelength, right? It's coming in at a frequency, right? So frequency, right? Straightforward stuff. Electricity is, measured in hertz. You're on a frequency, okay? So Tesla came up with this nutso idea, and this is the reason why Tesla is so revered as an engineer, as an electrical engineer. He came up with this nutso idea of modulating the frequency and staggering the frequencies of electrical power that he transmits down a line. So what's 3-phase? He discovered that you can actually modulate it like this, right? Like that. You can send 3 signals down one line, modulating or staggering electricity on the same frequency. Now, okay, so what? What does this do? Well, long story short, if something is demanding power, like an industrial building, for instance, like a big piece of heavy machinery is demanding a lot of power, if you have single phase like this, you can get interruptions in your power, momentary interruptions of power. That's bad. If it's something that I've learned from the space program, undervolting electrical things is not a good idea. In this particular case, if you had like a heavy-duty electric motor powering a factory, powering some equipment in a factory, right, and you have single-phase power, the motor will turn on and off, and it goes... right? 3-phase AC eliminates that completely. Now, you could do 3-phase DC as well, but in this particular context, 3-phase AC is very good at transmitting high power, a lot of power over a really long distance. Interestingly enough. Single phase isn't less reliable. It's all about what your power demands, what your power demands are. Some pieces of equipment, like a computer, like uninterrupted power, right? Oh, no. I said that wrong. You're right, Aces. There's no phases in DC. It's only an alternating current. I'm an idiot. I said that completely wrong. That's my fault. My fault. My fault. You're right. Sorry. I haven't explained this in a little while, right? So, 3-phase AC, you can have uninterrupted power demand. It's for specific applications, dude. Think about like a race car. Like a race car is an automobile, but it's designed for a specific application. It has a specific purpose. AC, three-phase AC is really good for moving electricity longer distances, because with DC, you run in, I mean AC too, you run into what's called the inverse squared law. Basically, as electricity goes over further and further distances, you encounter more resistance over long distances, so it's hard to transmit at long distances. The signal weakens over distance, right? Three-phase AC eliminates that problem. So power plants, for instance, now, okay, so why is this a big deal? Power plants don't have to be in the middle of a damn city anymore, because they used to. Back in the day, you know, like you go back to the times of Edison, like 100 years ago, and even, well, like 120 at this point. 120, 110 years ago, right? Power plants were in the middle of the city. Power plants were around the city like fire stations. Oh, yeah. Attenuation. I'm not an electrical engineer. You're right. I'm not an electrical engineer. It's been a while since I've explained this. That's why I said I might need help with this one. Right? Now, this afforded you to be able to put power plants outside of the cities. You could put them anywhere. And you could transmit over long distances. You could put them next to natural resources, for instance. So, in your house, what kind of power is going into that? So, Jacobs, you're getting DC into your house, okay? You're getting DC. Here, I'm already around Boston, so I'll just use something as an example. I'll use Pilgrim Power, which unfortunately isn't a thing anymore because they decommed a nuclear reactor because they suck. Anyway, so what's going into your house is DC. It's Jacobs, I think you're in the UK. I think you guys have like 220 or something. UK outlet voltage. 230. You guys use 230 at 50. 230 volts at 50 hertz. We have so in the US we have different types of power. We have big outlets and small outlets. You get AC. The further I get into this explanation, the more I screw it up. You're right. Yeah, you're in West Virginia. Okay, I got you confused with another Jacobs. Excuse me. You're in West Virginia. So you have 110 volts. 110 volts at the outlet. That's 60 hertz, I think. Yeah, or, well, 120 at 60. But the interesting thing about US outlets, dudes, is like they're standard. So it's just like every other thing. Like in Europe and the rest of the world, they have like one outlet that does everything. We have different types of outlets. We have low voltage outlets and high voltage outlets. So like your dryer, if you have a dryer or a washing machine, something that's demanding more power, right? Something that's demanding more power, is going to need a different outlet. Like you have that 220, right? The 220 for the washing machine, right? Well, we have multiple because it makes sense to have multiple. Like Liz, I know you guys are going to be like, what do you mean? Why not just have one outlet? We have heavier duty outlets if you require more current, because not every single freaking building is going to need 230 volts. Not every single appliance in your house. That UK thing, 230 volts at 50. Not every. Why? A toaster oven is not using 230 volts. A microwave does not. But why? So we have light duty and heavy duty outlets. So it's AC, but we have different types of outlets. So we have 120 and two. See, I see some people say it's 230, and the other people say it's yeah. So it's 110 to 120 at 60, or 220 to 240 at 50. That's what we're using. Now, the interesting thing is, because it's all AC, and I'm remembering this now, Jacobs, you can have 110 3-phase, or you can have 220 3-phase, or you could have 240 3-phase, or you could have 110 single phase, or you could have 220 single phase. Having those two different types of outlets, you can change it up, which is actually kind of cool. It offers more. You have a wider array of different types of outlets that you can use for different types of power. You put like small outlets, the 110 at single phase. Yeah, you could run a toaster oven, right? But all the way up to like 240 at 3-phase, right? And then depending on the amperage, like in the US, I believe it's 200 amp is the 200 is like the codes. That might be codes for Massachusetts, guys. I don't remember. 200 amp service. So you have 240 volts, 60 hertz at 3-phase at 200 amps, and you can run industrial equipment in your house if you really wanted to. You got to get it wired for that. Nor should you go screwing around with this stuff if you don't know what you're talking about. But also, yeah, so 200 amps kind of like the industry standard now. Is 2-phase destructive? You know, I don't know the answer to that question. Would you ever consider making a YouTube series about all electrical things? So neat to learn, and you are easy to learn from. Yeah, I mean, maybe. So here's the thing. You know, like if we're looking at Pilgrim Power. Pilgrim Power is a single core nuclear reactor. I think it's a BWR Mark II for the nuclear, or it could be a Mark III for the design. But there's these things, Jacobs, you've seen them. They're everywhere. You see this just like an electrical thing that's just kind of fenced in like this, and it just has whatever the hell this is. Those are transformers. Those are changing your, they're stepping up and stepping down the current. So, you know, like power lines, right? The power lines are going to be a really, really high current, I think. Current, right? Current? I'm saying that right? Interesting, Mihai. May I interest you in your last? Sure. Power lines are high voltage. Yeah, you're stepping up the voltage. You step up and step down. So, like, you have high voltage, right? You have the high voltage lines, the transmission lines. And look, the cool thing about this is like you can trace the wire harness. So coming from the power plant, you can see where the wire harness splits, right? Check it out. There's a big electrical switch there. Pretty cool. And you can see the line split, and as the line splits more and more, it will wind up at what's called a step-down transformer. And the step-down transformer is what's connected to your damn power lines, like that. Those are step-downs. But if you look, the wire, it taps off of the wire right there, and it steps down the current, and that's what's connected to your power lines. Dude, these are everywhere. Step-down transformers are everywhere. Residential, commercial, industrial, doesn't matter. They're everywhere. Without transformers, we'd be screwed. Because somebody would go to plug in something, and if it's shorted at high voltage, you die instantly. Pretty cool, huh? Like, transformers are everywhere. They're just one of those things that are just hidden in plain sight. And if this stuff stops working, we're screwed. Like, screwed! Like, I'm following this around Plymouth. There's another step down. So, check this out. This is a bigger that's a bigger transformer. It looks like it's stepping down for this aggregate, whatever this aggregate thing is near Granny Pond. And I'm just see where the hell I am. I don't even know where I am. Oh, this is off of 44. Yeah, I know where this is. Yeah, see the aggregates? There's industrial power demand right there, so they have a bigger transformer. Pretty cool, right? Like, you could trace the harnesses anywhere. There's transformers all over the place. Some of them bigger than others, but they're everywhere. Once again, guys, this is not just the US. Every country has this. And that's what I mean about 3-phase AC. We're absolutely boned as a society if we don't have 3-phase AC. That's how big of a deal 3-phase is. And high voltage AC power transmission lines. That's like as quintessential as a road or a train track. It is, yeah, or plumbing. I mean, pick one. Are there transformers more than meets the eye? Yeah, dude. AC is a wave. 3 phases, 3 waves with phase difference. In simple terms, 3 waves carry more power than one. Yeah, Chief. What was the point of that? That's the part I explained correctly. I'm confused. Coming back to 240, what do you think why the USA is not transferred to high voltage? Is it more efficient? I know you talked about heavy duty plugs, but we have those too. I don't understand why we're building well, Liz, it doesn't really make sense now. I mean, okay, the truth of the matter is that there's more than one way to skin a cat. You guys just decided to try and make one outlet that'll power anything and put that in your buildings, and that's fine, whatever. We have different outlets for low power because there's not really one good way like over another. I would say that each one has advantages and disadvantages. Now, for instance, Liz, I'll give you an example. Say you're building a house in the UK. You're building a new house. You have to put 230 volt plugs everywhere. Those can't be as inexpensive as a regular 110 outlet. There's no way. So now that costs more to build a house if you're using all 230. That's going to cost the builder more money because everything has to be 230, right? 230, the plug is more heavy duty, so it's going to be more complicated to manufacture. We have 110 and 220 outlets, so you can build stuff quick. You can build it not like cheaper. It's not cheap. Like a 110 outlet is fine. All this stuff that in here is plugged into 110. It works. It works just fine. Right? But 110 outlets are very, very easy to make. So manufacturing goes down, so it's cheaper to build. Just something to take into account. Like, I don't know if that's exactly the case, but that makes sense to me. Because if everything is 230, you need thicker wires for the entire house. You need a higher, a lower gauge of wire. Now you need thicker wires for every single freaking house you make. That's more material. More materials, more building costs, right? We don't need that. We don't need to do that. My 110 is just, I don't know what gauge the wire is off the top of my head. I'd have to ask. The other thing, and this is what I mean, this is probably the biggest reason why they're different, Lihiz, because that's how we built it. That's how we built it, and trying to get every single person, all 350 million of us, to change the power outlets in every single building, in every single house across the entire country would be, no, that would take forever. Now, I want to be very clear. Our power lines are all moving. Hold on. Our power lines are at a higher voltage, dude, if I'm remembering right. I don't know what they're at. What are you building here? It's a cargo depot. Yep. 100... How many amps can pull? It's a 180i make, so it can pull, I believe that's 180 amps. 50,000. I'm not talking about like high voltage lines. I'm talking about like the power lines outside people's houses. I believe my gut's telling me that they're 240. The power lines are all 240. And we have transformers on the power. We have transformers on the poles. Little mini transformers. That's what those cylinders are, fellas. On like power lines in the US, you see a cylinder on a telephone pole. It's a step up or step down transformer. Mostly, well, not step up. It's a step down. So, yeah, I mean, once again, that's what we're really wired for. Like, going back to workers, if you sell two 15 megawatt lines worth of power, you can make 235K per year. Yeah, but that, yeah, okay, Sea Kraken. Power lines in a particular small neighborhood can run 100K or so. Interesting. This is not a troll, this explains it really well. Yeah, I'll have to check that out later. I mean, yeah, no, I haven't done an electrical expl. I used to be better at this, dude. I used to know it a lot better. But sentences. We haven't talked about it, electrical, in a long time, dudes. It depends, Eddie. Depends on the neighborhood. Most around my state, dude, it's mostly above. The power lines are on telephone poles. See most recent last when you get a second. I want to finish building this, dudes. Talking about power stations and mentioned they used to be as common as fire stations, maybe think about a local fire station to us, Brockton Fire Headquarters, which was wired by Edison himself. I'm not sure you knew that. Tiggs, you're out of Brockton? You never told me that. You're not too far away. That's really close to me. Neat, man. Yeah, dude, a lot of buildings in the Northeast were wired by Edison himself. Hell, if you go up here, into South Boston, you look at the old South Boston power plant. You can't see it, but that says Edison right there. That's a power plant that Thomas Edison built right there. It had triple expansion steam engines in it originally, and then they added a LNG. They added an LNG power plant to it. This is what I mean when I say power plants were quite literally in the middle of cities. Like, in the middle of cities to get power. Oh, nice, Tiggs. Okay. If you import power and you add wind power to your grid, you get ghost power messing up your power grid, in case you didn't know. I wasn't planning on using wind power. Once voltage leaves the plant, it can only be stepped down, right? Once it leaves the plant, it cannot increase to a higher value than what was discharged. Okay. So, Jacobs, a good way to understand this, and once again, electrical people, chime in. A good way to understand this, and I actually had Aqualex on stream basically give this analogy. It's a pretty damn good one. So, Jacobs, you got to... so think about how electricity moves through wires, like how water moves through pipes. So what do you have with water? You have water pressure, right? And you have the size of the pipe, and you have your flow rate, right? All of, the pressure. So in a pipe, it'd be called head, right? The head that you make in a pipe, how much you're flowing, and how much you can flow, right? So you have your flow rate, and you have, how wide your pipe is, right? Electricity works very much like that. So, see last, if everyone types a paragraph island, it's very difficult for me to see. And I already answered you. Last. So, you got to think about it like water. Now, could you... Yeah, here. Here. I'll just show you this. Think about it like I said, how water flows through a pipe. It's very, I mean, you could say you have amps, ohms, coulombs, watts, and volts, right? And they all kind of work with each other. But how it flows is basically flowing through a pipe. Like ohms provide electrical resistance. See how the distance is longer there? You get more resistance that way. That's what a resistor does, right? So you have watts, volts, and amps. Those are the big ones, right? Ohms provide electrical resistance, right? That slows stuff down. That's a constriction. I'm not the best at explaining this, dudes, to be honest with you, but I know that it's long story short, like you can step up the voltage, Jacobs, but you're lowering the amperage if you do that. Like you trade watts for amps. If you no, that's not right. That's not right. Oh yeah, right there. Watts is amp times volts. See what I'm talking about? It's a trade. So a power plant, you could step it up. You could step up the voltage, but your amperage would go down. Does that make sense? Just like if you put your thumb on a garden hose, it's going to spray out at a higher pressure. Same idea, or similar enough, right? It's not voltage that'll get you. It's the amps. That's just like, think about it like a garden hose is spraying out at a certain pressure, right? Right. But if that same amount of water is going through like a water jet, a cutting jet, it could kill you. Same idea, because the pressure is way higher, right? That's the correlation there. Voltage is pressure, amps is flow rate. There you go. Yeah, once again, I'm not an electrical engineer. That's not really my wheelhouse, dude. I should be better at it. Not making excuses. I should be better, especially if people are going to ask questions about it. Right? But yeah, it's the amperage that'll kill you. You can survive like 50,000 volt shock at like 1 amp. Yeah, you'll feel it a lot. I mean, dude, I took when I was trying to diagnose what was wrong with Bluefist, that blaster coil is like 50,000 volts or something. I took 50,000 volts at a low amp, and it woke you up. I was verifying that for the car people, I was verifying the distributor had spark. So I just put my hand in there, put it on the lead, put my thumb on the top, and just moved it back and forth. Oh, it had spark. It had spark. But that's, once again, like a coil on a car is designed to put out like 20,000, 30,000 volts, right? But it does it at extremely low power, or low amperage, excuse me. Voltage is analogous to water. Yeah, there you go, Rocket Guy. Voltage is analogous to water pressure, which drives the water flow through a pipe. Current is the flow rate, measuring how much water passes at a given point per unit time. Resistance is any narrowing or friction in the pipe that slows the flow. Increasing voltage, water pressure, raises the flow current, while increasing resistance. Narrow or rough pipe decreases the flow for a given pressure. Yeah, Rocket Guy, there you go. You got it down, dude. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Stolfire, once again, it was not the point of that analogy was that the point of me I'm still alive, right? So it clearly wasn't that, right? Yeah, Slackster, yeah. You did good. Once again, electrical is not my forte. The most I know about electricity is DC wire harnesses for automobiles. And that for old automobiles, that doesn't go above 12 volts. Well, except for the coil, but the coil is trading 12 volts at whatever a car battery puts out, right? Like for a very high voltage, low amp. Either way, maybe we'll do a deeper dive into this. Like, if there's a game that could better explain this, no game really gets electricity right, not even Workers. I mean, Workers is close, but... Yeah, floating, that's cool. Yeah, see. Everybody does it just a little bit different, but it's all good enough, right? In the analogy, power measured in watts is the total mechanical energy transferred by the flowing water. Higher pressure water, a greater flow rate produces more mechanical power, just as high voltage or current yields more electrical power. There you go. Power to the people on Steam. Yeah, interesting. Japan with 2 power grids. They would. They would do that. Anyway, let's finish this. I just call people when I deal with it, but I really want to know. Yeah, Jacobs, there's all kinds of good stuff, man. You can, dude, electricity's wild. It's ridiculous that it even works at all. Because at the end of the day, it's just electrons moving through stuff, right? Like, the fact that we even figured out, they're like, hey, we can make these electrons. We can make these electrons go through this wire. That's pretty neat. Like, we can make it go through this metal. That's pretty neat, you know? That was a crazy tangent. Once again, fellas, there are way better resources out there to learn about electricity than I am. I am not an expert. I'm not claiming to be an expert. I know about 12-volt DC wire harnesses for automobiles, which is like that is I can't even come up with an analogy. That's Bush League electrical engineering. That's easy. That's a joke. That's nothing. Interesting, Wiz. Alright, anyway. What I need to do for this is we need to build access to it. So, I have another bridge up here. How long was my run up for this bridge? I want to keep it kind of relatively uniform. So let's go here, measure from here to there. We have an 830-foot run. Now, if I put that 830-foot run right here, where does it get us? Okay. What I was thinking, guys, is it would be good. I think it would be pretty cool to have a bridge right here, and then another one right here. But the problem with that is that I don't have enough for that 800-foot run. Because I didn't plan this correctly. Because it would be... What I would want is a road, a circumferential road around the city that I build here, to an extent. Like, basically have this road go out here and over here, and then it would run along the coast of this road. And then I want, you know, through the center of the city, a kind of a main boulevard almost. And I want both of those, I want the construction depot to have easy access to both of these, you know? Jeez. Yeah, Rocket Guy. Something like that. I'm pretty sure something like that is the reason why we have 110 plugs and 240 volt plugs, or 120 and 240 volts. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. Because that's just kind of how it started, you know. Somebody's like, oh, 110 volts should be enough. 110 will be enough. No one's ever going to need 240 volts in their house. And then we realized that we needed that, so they added that later. That's my guess. It's probably something dumb like that. Well, not dumb, but you get the idea. Alright, well, the only spot to build a good run is here. And I would like this road to actually keep going this way, because coal is going to be over here, and gravel is going to be along that road as well. So we're going to build a new road that goes right here. I'm going to build basically this. Same thing. Another one of these. We're going to build it over here. And then we can make a little curvy road that goes in and accesses over here. I'm going to leave all this area empty for potentially other things that we need. Like, we know railroad distros. We would want railroad distribution to find its way over here, right? The other thing I was thinking is that we could just have this road turn up in here and connect in here. But that... You know, like, say the construction people the construction office needed to build something here, right? If that was the case, they would need to drive all the way down here, all the way over here, across here, down here, and back over. That's very inefficient. I don't want to do that. Road distro. Yeah, we could put road distro over here. See, Kraken, when the time comes. Like, once again, I'm leaving a bunch of empty space around this. I don't want to box myself in. Gotta go coach basketball. I'll watch the VOD later. Jacobs, when you're on your way to driving, I mean, obviously don't drive distracted, but see if you can see a transformer, dude. They're everywhere. Step up and step downs. They're all over the place. Look for power lines. I'm telling you, you'll see them, and then you won't be able to stop seeing them. It's like when your buddy buys a car, like buys a certain type of car, and then you see them everywhere. Power lines do that, dude. Can you make tunnels? Yeah, of course you can make tunnels, Agent. The problem with making tunnels is that they take time. That's my big issue. But that could be useful. Is this your starting point? Mind explaining what your vision is? If it's your starting point, I assume rail is your first industry. You can't really make an industry out of rail, Rocket Guy, in this. Not really. What I'm doing with this is I'm designing for... Okay. Two big things to understand what the heck's going on here. One, I'm building out facilities that are way too much for what you should be building at the beginning of the game. This is a late game facility right here. So is this, to be honest. This is stuff that Bakalakadaxter, the desert map, should have, right? This would be a good facility for that. Now, if you notice, right, I have double. Sometimes we have double of the same building here, right? I have double construction offices. We have 10 of them, right? We have 2 road depots, 2 technical, 4 parking lots. See what I'm saying? We have doubles. There's duplicates. I have enough throughput to be able to load and unload 6 trains at once right here. Do I need that in the early game? No, absolutely not. What I'm designing here, like I said, one, is for what this is going to look like in March 1980, not March 1960. Now, the second part of that is what I said a second ago. Sorry, this explanation blows. I have doubles. We have doubles of buildings. We have duplicates. There's duplicates everywhere. Not only am I designing late game facilities, but I'm designing these facilities to be scaled, right? So over here, I have 2 railroad construction depots, right? They're 2 smaller ones. Could I build a bigger railroad construction depot at the start? Sure, absolutely. Why? It would take forever to make, right? It would take forever to make the damn thing, and then I'd be stuck working on this expensive railroad depot, right? And then when it's finished, which is basically what I've done in the past saves, then when the damn thing is finished, finally I can get to building the damn railroad tracks. No. Instead of building one gigantic one from the start, which was my mistake in past saves, I'm building a smaller one. Smaller one that doesn't take as much materials, doesn't take as much time. That way I could spend money on actually building the damn tracks. Right? When the time comes that, you know, we can build up, I'll just build the second depot right there. It's already built, it's already connected in, we're already good to go. Same with my train depot. So depots in this game, dude, are basically your freight yard, so to speak. That's where you store unused consists, right? So like empty trains. Trains that are doing nothing. You put them in the depot. Eventually, I'm going to fill this depot up. So I built a second one right next to it. When that thing gets filled up, all I got to do is say the word. We build this thing. Now we have 2. Now we have double. So I'm building it modularly to be able to be scaled. Like, this is what the final design is going to look like. But I'm not building that. I'm not building 2 construction offices right off the bat. That's a waste. That's 25 tons of steel, 96 tons of concrete, 1,369 nice man hours. That's a double that, and that's what. No, we're not doing that. Absolutely not. No. There's no point in doing that. See, actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, even that stupid bus station, there's no point in building a bus platform there. A bus stop will work just fine. But I digest. So, yeah. Solid. Where will your initial population housing and such be going? I want to build the city on the coastline here. The reason why, Rocket, is because I want a port. We want a port town. Scaling ourselves into building ships, not building ships, scaling ourselves into maritime shipping later will pay dividends. So the populated area is basically going to be where this big open field is. I want to build a nice city up in here, right? I want to build a nice city. What I'm going to do with the city is build it in modular blocks, right? The city will be scalable, just like my industries. But what I'm going to do is build out the whole, well, as much of the plan of the city as I want. Like, build out as much of the city as I can, because you need to research, like the newer flats. You need to learn how to make better buildings in the research tree in the game. So I'll build out with what we have, right? Probably utilizing these types of flats, right? And we'll build a sector of the town, right? Build a section over here, maybe. And that section will, you know, work on the repair, work in fire departments, right? Work on railroad construction. Not road construction, right? So we build that out. If they need a school, people need to work at the school, they need kindergarten, you know, so people could, you know, work. They need a supermarket, right? So that means they need clothes, they need electronics, they need food, and they need meat, right? So we got to build all that out, and people got to work at all those jobs. But what I want to do, what's a good thing to do in the early game, and this is kind of the meta for this, is to go clothes, start making clothes. Because if you look at some of the most expensive commodities on the market right now, clothes sells for insanely high. You could sell a ton of clothes for $1,200, $1,257. Now, that doesn't mean you're just making straight profit. Obviously, for clothes, you need fabric, right? So where's fabric? If we sort by here, fabric, you buy it at $377 a pop or $500, right? But your profit margin there is really high. That's a good way to just start generating capital right off the bat. I have other ideas on how I'm going to do it. I have some oil. There's an oil patch, a small one, over here. If I take that oil patch, right, and we build a small service depot here, and then we have trucks drive it right to the Apatomo border over there, boom, there we go. We export crude. Eventually, we don't want to do that, though, because the price of fuel, right, you got to remember, you're using fuel to move the crude. Fuel is more expensive than crude. It's almost to the point where it doesn't make sense, right? So we could use that crude for other stuff. Stockpile it. Use it to make whatever. We could put down a refinery. You know, crude only really makes sense, just like real life, crude makes sense to export in bulk. So exporting it truck by truck basis doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's a decent enough early game industry. The other thing that we could do right off the bat is food exports. People got to eat. I was thinking of building farmland over here. Lots of farmland, like basically in this entire area. Farms don't require a lot of people. Actually, in the game, they required no people. It's abstracted, which is actually super, super, super useful. Just like the construction office. Nobody has to work at a construction office. Nobody has to work on the farm. Unless you tell them to. Right? But the other thing that I'm thinking about here is these farms, we don't need to scale up the farms like this. We just need to build the farms. Like, we need to build a lot of farms. And we need to buy a lot of equipment up front. If we get crops, well, one, we got to get enough crops to survive the entire winter, because it's not like the desert. You can't grow year round, right? You can only grow certain times, right? When it's not like freezing cold. So you have to build out enough to stockpile enough crops, right? So you can produce food year round. So you need grain silos and stuff, right? Reminder, the oil over there is only worth 150K a year. This stuff? Yeah, and how much of that is going to be, going to be fuel cost to make the trucks move? Lucas, what do you got? Yo, EJ, I applied for a job at a Danish company, 3D Infill, which designs and builds 3D printers for clients. And also prints for clients. They invited me to come to a non-binding job interview on Thursday. Nice, Lucas. Congratulations. Hey, Max, 87-month resub. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, yeah, Rocket, my overall strategy here, and I was kind of building into, like, my overall strategy is to build out what I need in about 20 years, but make it scalable. Like, this would be great if it was March 1980. This is awesome. Really, really useful. And then having a huge city over here, really useful for all this. Perfect. However, this is bad right now. This is not good. This is way too much for right now. Even if I could build all this right now, it would probably wipe me out. So I designed it to be modular. You can build out small bits of it at a time and slowly build up. Everything is designed to be, this is what max scalability is for this facility. It's not going to look like that to start. No way. That's my overall plan. And it starts with having to design, like, believe it or not, I'm kind of flipping the meta. Not flipping the meta. I'm doing it kind of counterintuitive. Delightfully counterintuitive. I'm building out the facilities I want in March 1980 and March 1960. But where the huge design comes into play here, like I said, is building the scalability into this stuff. That's the important part. Like the repair depot, for instance. Do trucks need to be repaired right off the bat? No. There's no vehicle breakdowns in this game. Vehicles will only break down if they receive high mileage, if you don't maintain them. So the repair depot we're not going to need right off the bat. We build out 5 of these construction facilities though, and then buy all the trucks for them. And now we can build whatever we want. Right? You even start with 1. Then 2, then 3, just bite off small pieces. The scalability is what's taking me so long to build all this stuff. Because I have to, instead of just placing down 1 construction depot, for instance, I have to place down 10 or place down 2, right? To think about long-term scaling. Leave some space for things you forgot about. See? Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean, dude. That I'm doing it not just with buildings, I'm doing it with the roads as well. These roads, this main highway, I have the right of way for 5 lanes here. Obviously, we're not using the center lane, but I have it to the point where you could have 4 lanes going in either direction. And then you could, if you want them, you're basically working like a frontage road, Texas style, right? And then you can add little crossovers in later down the road if you want. But what we're going to do So we're going to start by building the outside ones first. And then that leaves me room in the center to scale if I need it. And on top of all that, I have turnarounds right here. Right here, if you look, the turnarounds are every quarter mile. Why? Emergency vehicles, snowplows, just like you would in real life. This is what, see, like, Rocket, see what I'm talking about? This game scratches the itch. This game is like Kerbal for civil engineering. It's fantastic. I love this game, dude. Yep. Go slow. Bingo. I do need, Happy, I still need to figure out where I want to put a demo office if I need it. But, yeah. Yeah, dude. And then we're going to have Department of Public Works along the roads. Like, Rock Guy, I don't think you would have these so much where you grow up, but where you grew up, dude, because you know, you're from down south, but like, okay, look. I'm trying to think of there's a DPW. Right here, there's one in Weston. So look, we have plow depots on the highways, right? And there's a huge staging yard. You can see all the plow trucks. This is where we store all the plow trucks, and then they store in the wintertime, you'll see a gigantic pile of salt right here. Yeah, they start stockpiling salt, and they put it up here, and then they fill up the trucks, and then, look, trucks have easy access onto the highway. Obviously, you can't pull off, but see, they even have a bridge and everything so the plows can get up and down the highway. I need to build stuff like this. Not to this scale. Maybe for my big highway, for the highway, sure. But, yeah, there's depots around. All over. They're all over the Northeast. They're all over anywhere where it snows. You have depots certain distances apart from each other. There's another one down the Mass Pike. That's a rest stop. There's another one down the Mass Pike where I-84 splits. Right here. Yep, see? There's another depot right there. That's the one in Charlton, I think. Yeah, King, we could do that. Actually, I revamped the design, King. It's this is a 10 depot. So 10Ds depot. So, yeah, we could I have double road depots, 10 construction depots. And I was thinking, like, dude, the technical services here. And the snow plows, right? The snow plows are going to basically be parked here. Basically 8 months out of the year doing nothing. The repair depot can deal with it. Even though it's not in proxy, you know, we could just send a truck over there and done. Easy peasy. Now, we'll see if that decision pays off or doesn't. We'll see. But yeah, I'm building out provisions here for turnarounds for my snow plows so they can basically get these roads cleared up real quick when it snows. Just want to tell you both, good luck. We're all counting on you. What's up, Ithos? It would be cool if this game studio made a Cold War era American version of this game too. Yeah, Slack, if you can get past the Soviet veneer on this game, it's one of the most capitalistic and probably best city builder I've ever played. I love this game. I'm hopelessly addicted to it. Just when I thought I got bored of Bakalakadakistan, we started this new map, and I'm like, I love it. I want to, yeah, I gotta keep building, I gotta keep building, I gotta keep building, I gotta keep building. But fortunately, I'm good enough at Workers that I can get to the point where I can explain things. I can explain how stuff works, and we can use it. I know enough about the game mechanics to know how to associate them with real life and teach people stuff. Like, I hit a threshold. Like, I can teach the game, and we can use it to teach people about electricity, for instance. I mean, poorly on my part, but you get the idea. Pythos, I'm sorry. I would add a waste stand for the repair station while you easily can, because I think it uses a super small internal one. Well, I have space to do that, Happy Socks. The last thing we needed to figure out, just in general, is the waste station. We need a place to put all the garbage from this city. A couple of folks suggested putting it over here. I'll probably end up putting waste over here, but what I have to do is figure out the I gotta build a the intersection. A waste incinerator? I believe you have to research that, Andrew, but we could do it. Waste incinerator for a power plant. We could put it right next to a power plant, and it would certainly make the wire harnesses a little bit easier to figure out. Use the rail with claw machine. Mill, that's what people were telling me to do, if we get to that point, yeah. Mind telling me how many pumps in average percentage on the oil reserve near the other border? I've been trying to build an overpass here for like the last hour and a half, Sea Kraken, but just because I like you. Now, these pumps are gonna need to be refactored. Like, it'd probably be better if I replaced them, like improved the placement. But let's just say we got 5 pumps at 50%. Yeah, that would be good enough. That's still not enough for a refinery. It's not even close. Now, I'm going to get rid of this, and then I need, there we go. I just need a marker on either side here. Let's just, I think we're going to do is just make sure we're flat here. Now, Sea Kraken, when you're saying that 150k of profit, there's no way you're not, I just... See, where I'm getting, like, where are you deriving these numbers from? Are you taking into account that it takes fuel and trucks to move this stuff? Like... 150 years, that's gross, right? Wouldn't that be gross profit based off of like oil pumping capacity? That's not taking into account the fuel costs or the cost of vehicle, right? You're subtracting 50K for fuel. Oh. Really? All right. So I need road markers down here. Nope, not like that. Are you going to set up Are you going to set up a set of rails crossing the highway? Suppose that would be prudent, huh? Andrew, my only problem here is that how? How are we going to do that? And why? I would like to run rails. It would be nice if I could run rails to the oil over here, because then we could just move the oil out in bulk via train. That would be a good idea. But I didn't really design any area over here to kind of allow for a Y to do this right. Now, on the other hand, there's train tracks right here. We could do it that way. But if I don't connect it in, that would mean I would need another one of these, basically, over here somewhere. And why would I do that, right? Like, can you do raised rails? Yeah, of course. Wouldn't it be easier to have the highway go over the rails since it's already raised? Yes, to an extent. Sure. Where? I can't do it right here. That would be the obvious spot. I can't do it right here. The reason why is because I'm going to, when we get to it, I'm going to run this train line out here from NATO. And the NATO train line, the main line is going to go that way. But there's going to be a Y in a junction here that crosses, right? And then there's going to be a Y right here. So there's already an interchange, a train interchange right here. So I also need a crossover on top of all that. I did, Klingbang. Yeah, I did. Lucas is working on at a 3D printing company. It's pretty cool. It's awesome, man. So that set of rails going over to Apatomo would be nice. That would be pretty cool. But why? Or not, but why? Excuse me. Okay, like that would be great for oil, sure. But now, why send rails into the city? Trains? Where are these people going? Like, I wouldn't mind building a rail station in here. It'd be great for tourism, for people to come in on the train via tourism. That'd be great. But a cargo port? I won't know before Thursday, but I'm hoping. All right, man. Trams are a subway. Yeah. Cross it after the next intersection that you're working on. Well, you got to remember that the end of the cargo interchange is going to be over here somewhere. We could have the trains come in over here eventually, and we could make this port right here. We could make this cove into a port if we dredge it a little bit. What's the depth that we're talking about here? Wait, what? That lake is this thing is deeper than the freaking ocean. It's 100 feet deep. Well then, that solves that problem. Now, so we'll put a port over here. It's already deep. All we got to do is just dredge this isthmus. Isthmus? The Yakograd Canal. Put a nice bridge over the entry. But once again, where are these trains going? And what is, I don't even know what the optimal distance is for like a passenger rail service in this game. I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you, which is why I've kind of been avoiding it. Yeah, and we got a nice deep water harbor. Just got to dredge that out over there. You know what we could even do? We could even we could dredge this out, and we could do move the dirt around to make it look like there's a breakwater there, so the ships, you know, come in like a protected port or something. How dredgeful. Light rail is about twice the distance the workers can walk. Regular rail, I don't know. Port Yakko. Is it too early to make a bridge over the entry? Let's design the city for said bridge, but yeah. Yeah, Sneaky, I mean, we could do it. See, guys, what I eventually want to do in this game is actually build cities. Like, just on this is my like long-term plans if we ever get there. I want like actual cities. I want like a 50,000 person city. 50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town. Like, that's what I want. I want a city that takes up like half of the map. Like, I want to build workers out to that level. I just got to get good enough to do that. Did you ask the train distance? I tested it last time you played. Don't extend beyond 7 kilometers. So about 4 miles. So if we had like a train station right here, the best distance for the train would be about 20,000 feet. Oh, wow. Whoa. That's mint. Oh, yeah. Dude, that's like the whole map. That's almost... We're about halfway across the map. Damn, dude. Yeah, we can weasel a train line in here and then put cargo ports over here. I'm cool with that. We're not doing that right now. I can't bulldoze over here just yet. I'd need to build another dozer depot. The other dozer depot would probably, well, it needs to be about, well, what's its range? Hold on. Let me just double check it. Yeah, 5,600. So we would want a little bit of overlap. So yeah, another dozer depot would need to be right around there. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Actually, it would need to be right along the highway. Basically, like right here, so it overlaps into the city. So yeah, we would need another dozer depot, basically right here. Okay. Alright, now let's go down to this interchange right here. 75 feet. Okay, now I gotta go over here, do the same thing. Hey Tessa, how you doing? Just engineering out and planning more highways. Just trying to make it so the dirt doesn't interfere with the highway at all. Sometimes if you move dirt too close to the roads in this game, it'll start making the road inadvertently bumpy. Okay, so... there we go. Alright, so now let's do the road trick. How's the driveway? Oh, it's really bad. Why wouldn't we be, Wiz? Just checking. All right, man. There we go. Now we got to do the same thing over here. I found that you don't need to do all 5 roads with this. So you just do the center one and then do the ones on the outside. Like over here. Right? And then do this one over here. Like that. And that gives you a nice ramp. And then you just kind of got to go at it. Do some finessing. And then just make sure these lines are nice and straight, that's all. I'm not really sure I'm liking this too much. Gotta just pull out the terrain a little bit over here initially. There we go. Remember, the straighter these lines are, the straighter you can get these lines, the better. The road will be a lot smoother. And road smoothness does play into this game. Absolutely. It's very much a big deal. The smoother the road, the faster the trucks will go. So now make our center road as our guide. Now do the same over here. Will it be okay? All right. Yeah, grading absolutely helps. Yes. Okay, so this is not going to be a big road. This is a boulevard, not the big 5-lane monstrosity that we're attempting to build over there. But we do need to build a bridge across, so cool. And the other thing is that we're building enough for a big right of way here. So once again, I don't know if this road's ever going to get that big. But if it does, the interchange is already designed for it. So it's good. Now what we need to do is build the ramps for it. Let's go to St. Peter. I'm just gonna pick out a highway intersection. I'll try to find something. I just picked a random city. Highway. Okay, here we go. Trumpet toll booths? Really? Ugh. That's lame. Gotta pay that toll. Frickin' rest stop. Did they just make a highway that just goes around that town, but next to the other highway? It goes around Tosno? That's weird. See that? Soviet planned city all day. But it was planned around an industry, and I'm not sure which one it was. That's a lot of trains. Yeah, right, Cyborg? That's what I thought. That's just a turnaround. It's on the edge of Lake Dora. I'm just trying to find some highways here. I need a not trumpet interchange. That's a highway interchange. I don't want that. Oh, freaking clover leaves. I hate clover leaves. They suck. They're so bad. What the hell's wrong with you people? It's trumpets and clover leaves. That's all it is. See, this is a trumpet. Right there. That's what that... Yeah, it's supposed to look... You know, it looks kind of like a bent trumpet. Maybe like a trombone or something. I call it a trumpet interchange. Trumpets are fantastic, but that's not the type of interchange that I'm looking for here. All right. Russia, you have failed me! Going back to look at German stuff. Germany! Tell me you don't have clover leaves everywhere. All right, let's look at the highway. It's not bad. Not the worst. That's not the highway. You're looking at East Germany. Yeah, I know. No, that's not what I'm looking for. This seems to be the type of interchange that we're looking for. All right, William, what do you got for me? Yeah, Rothrin, those are good low capacity interchanges. It depends on the road. But I just said I don't want clover leaves, dang it. Now, see, this is highway to highway. I need like a highway to a boulevard, so it'd be more. It's more like this. I mean, this works. That'll work. It'll work just fine. Lucas, I can't click on it, man. I'm trying to copy that. All right, there we go. Yeah, something like that. I mean, that's kind of something you'd see around here. Well, that's something you'd see in the U.S. Interchanges like this. Yeah, I mean... Give me lat longitudes, Tessa. Look at that thing. Roundabouts. No wrath, what's that? Really wanted European stuff, dude, but where are we? We're in Seattle. Yeah. A Spilly. Guys, if you're gonna link up interchanges from your hometown, make sure it's not the same one that I was looking at just 2 seconds ago. Jeez. Jeez. I just stopped looking at one of those. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea. Alright, Beaver Talon, let's see what we got. Where are we? Come on, Google. Oh, look at this. What are you guys doing over there? It's just glasses. Feels dirty. All right. I think I know what I want. All right, Rothrin, last one. Last one. Oh, a trash heap. Oh, that's... It's a vibe. Rothrin, was ist das? Was ist das? Nein! Nein! Ist scheiße! Nein! Sorry. Well, we know how to drive, so those aren't too bad. Oh, shut up! Do you have German ancestry? No, I don't. No. No, not really. That was not a German one. Oh, yeah? Where are we? I don't even know where we are. Oh, yeah? What was it then? The hell is this? The hell is this abomination? Who do you think you are? Us making crappy interchanges? Anyway. Oh, never mind. In Germany, we call this Ruhrpott. That's something else. Oh. Okay, man. Hey, Eki. What's going on? Thank you for the raid, buddy. Good night. No problem. You're welcome. Thanks, buddy. You going to bed? Go to bed. It's me. You should be fine. Anyway, what's going on, Eki Raiders? How are you? It's a 12 viewer raid. Appreciate it, man. Whoa. Oh, I like that. It's me. Oh, crap. You clipped that. Probably should have thought about that one. Oh, well. Too sleepy for a game for the night. Not good for repairing trucks. Yep. What do you call this one? I don't mind this one. This one's all right. I would love to try to prototype roundabouts like this. I just don't really know how. See, Graham, this is actually super useful. Dude, like every interchange should have this. Like, this is the correct use of roundabouts. Roundabouts are used in low flow, low capacity. Like, not a lot of traffic flow. Like, off of a ramp like this to a relatively residential road, double roundabouts off the ramp, perfect. I guess you could call this a dog bone, pretty much. That's pretty much what it is. It's a dog bone interchange, because dog bone or a dumbbell. I think I called it a dog bone in cities when I made it once. That doesn't work in City Skylines 1. Just in case anybody was wondering. People say that roundabouts work in this game, but I actually like this interchange. Where are we? I'll find it again. Just gotta figure out where we are. Gelsenkirchen. Okay. Near Essen. Alright. Oh, same interchange, Wiz. Yeah, same style. Yeah, that's, this should work. Anyone who advocates for replacing all traffic lights with roundabouts has an overly optimistic view of people's ability to self-regulate while driving. Yeah, Kevin, I know what you mean. I don't think that roundabouts are the end-all, be-all solution. I think people that say that don't really understand how traffic flow works. Traffic lights are really good in some scenarios. Roundabouts are really good in some scenarios. But if you try to make the roundabout fit in the square hole, it doesn't work. If a roundabout saturates, it becomes useless. You get gridlock, and roundabouts can saturate. You need it's all about the right tool for the right application. So you're looking for something like this. Agreed. And it goes in the square hole. That's right. Hey, a kidney bean. Tessa, that's not really suited for this correct application. That's not suited for the type of interchange that I've already made. So here, let's actually design the thing, dudes. Hold up. I mean, I could just build a copy of this. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'll show you. Yeah, Kevin, I felt the need to reiterate it just in case. Sometimes, you know, people pop into the stream and they hear like one sentence out of an entire explanation and say, like, I'll be like, you know, and I like sugar. And they'll be like, well, you know, sugar gives you diabetes. It's like, no. We're talking about cake recipes. Remember the cake. The cake is not a lie. Okay? If you want to see disgusting Federal Republic stuff, I mean, I kind of do. It's a vibe, I guess. I mean, this kind of looks like what you'd get in the States. It kind of looks like what you'd get around the U.S. That looks like a U.S. interchange. It's not necessarily bad. It's just designed for ultra high capacity because it's an intersection between two highways. Yeah, it's wait a minute. What? Yeah, okay, it is two highways. Tessa, I want this is medium capacity because this is going to be one of the ways to get into the city, like, or the town that I'm going to build right here. I'm going to extend this road this way, and we're going to make a I'm going to build the city in here for now, and then eventually with plans to expand it over here, add a railroad line, docks in this harbor right here. That's basically what we're planning, but I can only build so fast. The other thing is that we got to get the main entrance over here. Damn, I didn't know that intersection looks that bad. Was this East German? The East Germans that built this? I mean, it's not bad. It's just this is very much okay, just make this road connect over there, make that road connect over here. That's how we build interchanges, but we build interchanges this way because we have the space to build them this way. I don't think you guys have that same thing. I don't think Germany has as much space as the States do. You know, yeah, you see stuff like this all over the place. No, that's Hamburg. Or Hamburg. I can't click on Google Maps links, Alex, and post them on here because if I load up Google Maps, even if I have longitude and latitude plugged in, it shows my house. It's like, I want to look at this in Portugal. It's like, here, have you tried looking in Massachusetts? I'm like, no, that. All right, last one, dudes. I gotta finish this before the rocket launches. We got an hour. Oh. Não eu gosto, amigo. Não. What the actual frick is going on here? Now I see what I see. This freaking road. Não gosto. No. No, I'm good. I'm good. What the hell's going on over here? But wait a minute. Did they made these two tunnels first, and then that wasn't enough, so then they were just like, that's right, it goes in this square hole, and they put another highway there, and then the lanes, you have a 4-lane highway that splits into 2 lanes. Alex, do people crash here? Because look, man, I don't have enough faith. I don't even have enough faith in Americans. Americans screwed this up. Somebody would find a way to screw this up and crash into this. I don't trust us with a 4-lane highway splitting like that. Somebody would just, instructions unclear, missed the tunnel entrance and crashed into this building. You know it would happen. All right. I want to try with the roundabouts, dudes. But I honestly don't know how we're going to make it. I don't... How expensive and challenging would it have been to just fill those tunnels in and engineer 2 proper big tunnels, though? Oh, yeah, no, Sneaky, it would have been awful. No, that's absolutely the right move. Last one, I swear. No, I'm good, guys. I want to finish this. We got rocket launches. We can look at interchanges after space news and rocket launches. We got double launches to start space news. That's why I went a little bit further this time around. Hey, Sewer Rat, what's up, man? All right, so how are we going to build the dang roundabout? There we go. Now over here. All right, so how are we going to do this? Let's think. See up a little. To make a roundabout, make a small stretch of road, then use the road tool to make it round. The hell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same combination on my luggage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should make... I'm confused. Why did that not do that? Why did it... Why is it... Alright, fine. He wants to do it in 180. We'll do it in 180. 1, 2, 3, 4 on dead center. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dead center. Why is it doing that? Why is it putting that freaking... Turn off grid snap. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Now, how far is the center of this from the edge? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4. Doesn't let you like make a perfect circle there, but that's fine. All right. There to there. I don't know why it was giving that a 22 azimuth and it gave that 18 over there. We'll chalk that one up to a float point. And then on the other side over here, did the same thing over there. Ah, okay. Cool. Sweet. Running into the rail yard. It's gonna go over it, Andrew. So we're gonna have to immediately make a ramp going up again. You can have the last of your bits, Predominant. Did I miss space news? Sorry. No, on the contrary, we have a double rocket launch happening here. Falcon 9 and Electron are both teed up. Looks like a guy with glasses. I know that these aren't going in the right direction, dudes. You can set the direction later. There we go. And once again, I'm leaving lots of space in case I need to re-engineer this dang thing. Now, over on this side, oh, that doesn't leave a lot of space here, man. 350 max. What did we use for this one? Yeah, you need an art sculpture in the middle of the roundabouts. It's not a bad idea. Come off the roundabout at 45 degrees instead of straight on. Andrew, I'll meet you halfway. We'll turn this road. Train tracks will keep going. We'll turn the road and it'll give us a little more of a run up. It has to turn anyway because the coal mine's over there. So we'll have this road turn and elevate, and that should give us enough room. If we start right here. That adds a lot of distance. Should work. Either that or we could just cap the roundabout and make another road. Oh, that's what you meant. All right, cool. Good enough. There we go. What's the main revenue on this map? Oil like last time. It's a lot. A lot of different things. Surat. Yeah. It's a lot. A lot of different, yeah, a lot of different industries, dude. Should we do the roundabout thing for the other interchange as well? Non-answer. Okay, I can dig it. A non-answer. Dude, I spent 3 hours figuring out what our industries are today. So, oil? Yeah, sure. But we also went prospecting around the map, and over here in Proverbium, we found oil, coal, and iron all next to each other. Like, they're within, I don't know, about 2 miles of each other. There's also a gigantic oil deposit here next to Telos, underwater, right here. There's a big one right there. And then there's an even bigger one right here. There's a huge oil deposit right there. So, what's my industry? Oil is definitely going to be a big one, but coal, electricity would be a big one as well. The whole point, remember, my end game for workers in resources, the end game for me is, the end game for me is being basically self-sufficient by 1991, basically. You know, not just relying on oil exports. I think that is the true win condition for this game, Surat. So, with that all being said, like, what's my main export? I don't know, oil will definitely be up there, dude, but oil will definitely be up there, but I'm not sure. Be able to close the borders. Yeah, we could. There's no offshore drilling, I don't think, in this game. Not without mods, yeah. You know, I didn't even think about that. Like, and I know that's kind of the whole point of the whole Soviet thing, right? But if we get to the point, right, where we're producing pretty much everything, concrete, asphalt, prefabs, mechanical, electrical, you're producing everything. Stuff doesn't have a cost anymore. Once again, that's the idea, right? I get it. It doesn't cost anything. Like, we could just finance whatever we want. Because we don't need to buy it. We just procure the resources and call it a day. Remember, it's a currency-less, quote-unquote, society. I mean, it's not, but you get the idea. You have to fill in the terrain to do it, Sewer Rat. Alright, guys. We got double launches happening. Electron is in 20 minutes. Alright, cool. So, we'll save here, and on the other side of the launches and space news, we'll jump back. We'll play Workers for After Hours. I don't think I have any meetings tonight. What's today, Tuesday? Yeah, no. I'm good to go. So, yeah, we can After Hours it
Go
up.
and throttle up.
Something like that, Tessa, yeah. May I suggest starting a coal mine before oil? It's cheaper. Yes, we could do that. It's not cheaper. You need people to do that. Crude oil extraction does not require any personnel because the oil pumps will pump themselves. But yeah, long story short, guys, we're going to spend a lot of time designing. This is I want this to be a longer term series, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. But yeah, when we pop back for After Hours, I'll finish that interchange. I think we got the interchange pretty much figured out. I need to add another one. I would like 2 ways to get into my construction area. But yeah, we'll work on that in a moment. But yeah, we got to plan farmlands out. I got to plan the city, or at least a base area of the city. Like what the original town is going to look like. It's funny because, like, with flats and stuff, with the buildings that the people live in, I only have certain styles of buildings. So if I plan my city out modular, right? If we plan it out to be modular akin, right? You'll have like an old sector of the city and then a newer sector and then a newer sector, which is actually kind of cool. That's going to look pretty sick. Unfortunately, work is kicking your butt, so all I can really do is pop in for the last time on EJ. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Just remember how to ask you how to go from a 3-rail network to a 2-rail industrial area. Okay. Yeah, we got plenty of farms, etc., etc. So I'm going to switch this over to the space and rocket review, well, space and rocket launch review. We got Electron, fasten your seatbelts, and then Starlink 15-1. And then in between those, we'll talk space. I'll be back in a moment here. Space news, I'll begin very, very shortly. Probably at the top of the hour. So I'll be back in a moment. Thank you very much for watching. If you're watching this on a VOD, you're the best, and thanks for watching to the end.